And I'm back then. This is kind of fault.
We are going forward now. Yeah. In that previous one, no. Again, it doesn't really matter, but there's another one. Next, okay, forward. Yeah. This is one. So how do we get it on? Just
Take places, please. We are going to start. Please take places. We are going to start.
I can focus. The whole thing now. How is it? Yes, your day, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 minutes to start the program, so I will just say some introductory remarks. My name is Jan Marcin Węsławski. I'm a leader of the Institute, and I'm very happy that so many of you arrived, both artists and researchers. And our small conference, mini conference, is mainly focused on the exchanging thoughts and ideas about what are the relations between humans and environment, especially marine and coastal environment. So there is not like a very formal hard science, it's rather exchanging of some ideas. And I do hope that we will have a time to discuss and have all those cross-disciplinary talks that are so important. When it comes to some basic information, we have a safety door on all sides of that room. So in case of emergency, we may leave through several entrances. We are recording the conference and we'll take a photo. So if anyone is having any objections, please say so. I will ask presenters to allow us to keep the PDF of their presentations on the webpage. So after the conference, we may see what was shown. And after the session, we'll have a guided tour to the State Art Gallery with Eulalia Domaniewska. She's a director of the State Gallery. And we'll have the guided tour through the exhibition, which is partly shown here around the walls. That was that initiative, Women View of the Sea. And you will have much more expanded story in the gallery. So it's 1 minute to Paulina. Any more household news? You will have a lunch, we'll have a coffee break, which is, just take coffee and cookies down here. So I'm handing now to Paulina. She will share the first session and we will keep the time. So it's just a warning to all the presenters that we will be very rude in stopping them before 20 minutes. So you can use all your 20 minutes to talk, or you can use 15 minutes and then 55 minutes to discussion. And we have a dedicated slots for discussions anyway. Yeah, thanks, Paulina.
Thank you, Marcin. So welcome to our first session, which is dedicated to sea in public mind. So this session invites us to reflect how societies perceive to the sea, what the meanings and expectation then attached to it, and how contemporary myths and cultural narratives continue to shape our relation with the ocean. So we will move around different marine regions, from the Arctic through the Atlantic, even up to the Mediterranean, to explore the diversity of human perspectives of the sea. So our first prelegent will be Jan Marcin Węsławski. This is a little bit change, just because Birger cannot be with us today. So Jan Marcin Węsławski is marine ecologist and science communicator with a broad interdisciplinary perspective on human-sea relations. So Marcin, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm sorry to replace Birger. He's a journalist and great author, Norwegian. And yesterday afternoon, I got a message that he got seriously ill and he may not present his story online. So I will wish him all the good health. And at the evening, I was trying to replace his story by my story. We're having the same time perspective. So it's 50 years since I got involved in the Arctic and the field work when I was still a student, and I'd like to share with you some of the thoughts. First, the area I'm going to talk about is mainly European Arctic, but also some experience gathered from northern Greenland and Ellesmere Island in Arctic Canada and Russia, all the way to the Franz Josef Land and Svalbard archipelago. So what is changing in the Arctic? First is changing the climate. The warm water comes with the Atlantic and is much temperature, both in the air and in the sea, is rising. And with that rising temperature, like in 2005, it was like a 1,000-kilometer jump of a cod stalks from northern Norway to Spitsbergen. And now, since almost 20 years, the cod is extremely abundant in Svalbard waters. And that's seen from our ship, Oceania, that crew, when we are doing some research, crew is extremely happy to fish the cod, and they are getting it by thousands. So it's insane. It's a very abundant fish. And it's along with the herring, along with the mackerel, these are the southern fish, which so to say invaded Svalbard in last year. And it's just a sign of that changing climate. There's a huge change in glaciers, in sea ice and glaciers. The upper photo is from the fjord, where 30 years ago it was still possible to use that long drill to have ice which was more than 1.5 meters thick. Nowadays, you're very lucky if you have ice which is 0.5 meter thick. So it's a huge change for animals which are using the sea ice, especially ring seals. The same big change happened to the glaciers. The glaciers are melting very fast. And the scene below is from 1981. It's a friend of mine, Sławek Sagan, who is hauling the backpack across the glacier, which does not exist. It's a Holmgren Glacier, which is uniting parts of the fjord in Holmsund, and it's completely gone. It's like 12 kilometers of glaciers that are not existing. There's a very large bay, which soon is going to be a sound. The change in marine life follows, of course, the change in the temperature, in the warm water. So again, 20 years ago, we got mollusks, thermophilic warm water mollusks from Norway, and not only from Norway. These are Methyllus edulis. They are very fast colonizing Spitsbergen. And it's after the break of nearly 8,000 years. They were very common there during a Holocene climate optimum. Then they were gone. And now they are reappearing again, reclaiming the land. The same is with that one of the seaweeds. Number of species are coming. And of course, as in many cases in the nature, you have losers and winners. So the losers are those species which were closely associated with the ice, like a ringed seal, but it is replaced by the European harbor seal, almost the same size, but with a different behavior. The harbor seal is easily climbing rocks and it need not ice for survival. We are losing the beluga, the narwhal, but they are replaced by the number of smaller whales coming from the south. Killer whales are now observed on Spitsbergen, so there is more species, in fact, more diversity, but there is a change in those species. The change in people is immense. The photo is taken from 1980, and that was before the electricity was invented. So we were using handmade gear to haul a sample of the seabed from more than 100 meters in the fjord. And you can see the clothes we are wearing. These are not survival suits. These are just like gummy overalls to protect us from the rain. So those people, me among them, we would be sinking like stones in case of problems. But that was sort of normal at the time. And of course, there's a huge change in safety. When we started, we're using the rowing boat, the large boat. We used to have 6 people with rows, and we were quite happy working on it. But that boat was sinkable, and in fact, that very boat, I was sinking with that boat on the fjord. We retrieved it later, but it was completely mad invention. So it's replaced by the modern lifeboats like the Zodiacs or Bombard and survival suits. But it also made a big change, because when we were working in those stupid clothes and those lousy boats, we were very careful about the sea, and we were very careful about the environment. When we moved to the modern equipment, you feel like immune. I will not sink. In that overall, in that Harley Hansen survival, you may spend 24 hours in the cold water. So you feel that you are untouchable, which is of course wrong, and it creates a lot of problems in your relation with the environment. There's also huge change in the people, that when we started to work those years ago, more or less everybody was doing everything. So we could mend the equipment, we could work with all the equipment on board our own. We were inventing a lot of stuff. Now, of course, people are much more specialized, and generally the scientists are not allowed to touch any equipment on board. It needs to be used by the professionals. So the scientists are just watching and asking, may I have a sample or so. So that was a big mental change as well. There is strange change in litter on the coast. When I started in the 70s walking along the coast of Spitsbergen, that was littered with logs of driftwood, which is still going on. But we were finding a number of those very nice glass floats for the fishing boats. And those glass floats were wrapped in the, not cotton, you know, that's a natural fabric which was used for the nets and ropes. Nowadays, you have a lot of plastic, you have a lot of floats, the plastic floats, and it is an increasing problem and concern especially in the European Arctic because of the currents. There was a huge change in politics. When we started to work in 70s, that was still Soviet Union, and that's a scene from Franz Josef Land, with the Norwegians, Soviets, Poles, and the Austrians who were celebrating the discovery of Franz Josef Land by Austrian-Hungarian imperial expedition. And so those contacts and relations, they were completely different from what we have today. The very large part of the Arctic is completely closed now for different reasons than it was before. And that was a brief period in the end of the 80s that the Arctic was open. But the huge change, in fact, happened now with the change in administration. The thing below is one of, for many of us, it's a favorite way of traveling to Spitsbergen. I was taking with friends a boat, we're having a tent, and we can disappear for 2 weeks traveling along the coast, looking for wildlife and collecting samples and enjoying ourselves. It was getting more and more difficult. Norway wants to announce Svalbard as the best managed wildlife area in the world. So first, there are areas which are restricted for the visitors. And those restrictions may have a different scale. So from mass tourism, for small-scale tourism, etc. Recently, it was like 2 years ago, the authorities, they said that the scientists are not different people. And they are just like any others, like tourists. So the same regulations are on Svalbard are now issued for scientists and for tourists. Before, we could go to the very beautiful places which were close to the tourists because we are scientists, so we are doing research. We can do here and there. No more, we are just as any others. And the really nuclear blast comes from last week when the Sysselmannen, the Norwegian governor, announced that everybody who is leaving the premises of Longyearbyen, the small city, and the Barentsburg, another small city, the Russian city on Svalbard, you have to move in the field assisted with a professional accredited field guide. So no more trips like this. You have to hire a local, a Norwegian, who will be accredited by the Norwegian authorities. And of course, you have to pay him, and you have to respect the working hours. So it's complete disaster for the community. Today, there is an online meeting with the Norwegian administration and the people who are working in research on Svalbard. We'll see what will come out of it. But it's really, really a big change. And it also leads to the situation that there is a change in experience of the people who are visiting that area. When we were allowed to go on our own, we were allowed to risk our health or life, but we were allowed to touch the area. We were allowed to feel it. Nowadays, what is proposed or supported version of tourism is only on those middle-sized ships. The big ships are not welcomed. The small ships are strongly regulated. So those middle-sized ships, it's the preferred version of tourism on Svalbard. They will go only to the specific areas. They may not go anywhere. They, of course, they are associated with all those guide system. But then you can enjoy the nature from the window or from the board of the large ship. And yeah, you may have a big lens camera and have some fun, but it's different from the picture on the left. So finally, the conclusions is that system gets warmer. There is more biodiversity. The more species are coming from the south, so the biodiversity is rising. There is more litter, but there is less contaminants. Generally, Europe was fighting successfully with most of the persistent pollutants, so there is less contamination in the sea and on the shores. People are much safer than before because of all the advancement in equipment. They are more protected by all kinds of laws, but they are less free. They are much more controlled. Like the University of Svalbard, there's a number of students who are studying in the field. They are getting almost year by year new regulations, which are making more difficult to go outside to touch the area by their own hand. It's all in the intention to get them more protected, more controlled, which is not really funny. So it's difficult to feel the area as I experienced it. And maybe it's the best managed wildlife area in the world, but it's not exactly the type of wildlife area that I would like to visit again. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin. Sorry, I think the battery is off. Still, we have time for a couple of questions. Anybody?
Thank you. I was wondering whether this restrictions are for another reason, which is the sort of military control, and they're using the environmental restrictions as a sort of cover for that.
Yeah, of course, it's a bit complex problem. Of course, there is a tension because of Russia and the political tension. But it is also the problem that the tourism was unexpectedly growing on Svalbard. When those 40 years ago, there was like 100 tourists a year visiting. Now it's more than several thousands. Sabina, she will know the number. So it's a growing problem. So yes, and of course there is a very big concern among in Norway to keep the control over the archipelago. So they want to show that they are controlling all the key issues. Yeah.
Any other question? Yes.
Spectacular, yeah, Marcin. I just want you to give us the perception of being out there at those days alone, or with your companion researchers, and facing, you know, the wilderness. How did it feel?
Well, that's easy to answer. It was the best feeling I ever experienced, and I really hope that the younger generation will have the similar opportunity, because it's uncomparable. Yeah, but it comes with a risk. I mean, the fun is not when you have a supervisor or boss who is keeping you all the time that you will not fall down. You need to feel the risk. So it's a part of the story, I believe.
I know also that you invite artists to the board go together with researchers to the Svalbard. What do you expect of those artists?
Yeah, of course, we are inviting artists mainly on our ship-based trips. So they are not, so to say, risking the lives, but I hope they can feel some of that wilderness specific atmosphere, or even on those small trips which we are conducting along the shore. So I think that part of that exhibition we prepared together will answer how artists can convey that message about human nature relations. So I think it's very important. The scientists will not convince the others that we have the only right saying.
Two more questions for you.
I have a related comment actually regarding how you felt those days. Isn't it in a way so, now that we are talking about human nature relations, that when you have a lot of technology, this kind of all the equipment, are you a bit more distant from nature in a way, and from that your research objects than was the case previously, when you were really hands-on all the time and doing all things like by yourself? How do you?
Yeah,
I think it reflects to or relates to the key.
Absolutely. I can also tell the example that when I started in 70s, the snow scooters were still not popular, and people were just running on skis on glaciers. And they were very carefully selecting the route. They were very carefully selecting the timing. Once they got a snow scooter, when you can in 1 hour cover 50 kilometers, and then snow scooter breaks, and you are in the middle of nowhere, 3 days walking foot on snow. And so there were several accidents because people lost that direct feeling or fear of the nature which you shall have in your own.
Okay, thank you, Marcin, for excellent presentation. And I have a question about this biodiversity. As you said, that actually it is now the almost golden time for the northern part, as a lot of species from the south used to live in the south, now finding the best niche for their existence. But are there any estimations or evaluations, what will go on if the temperature will keep rising? What with those now south species which are feeling so nice in the north, what will happen to them?
There are quite good scenarios about species shift to the north. And I believe that we are running out of time, so we can come back to this during the discussions. But it's unlikely that the Arctic species are disappearing. They are just pushed to some refugia by those southerners. So that's the basic answer.
Well, maybe this is the last question. Short. You know, I remember you told what you were 7 students when you first visited Svalbard, right? And you know, now I see in many bays, I see Polish stations. So my question is, in which extent your experience and your message to Polish society, to science society, increase the interest of Polish scientists to Svalbard? Exactly to
That's a
Svalbard.
very easy answer, very funny. When I started in the 70s, Poland was still in the Soviet bloc system, and we're not allowed to go abroad, except for Svalbard, which was without any visa system, and nobody give a damn if you're going to the Arctic. I cannot go to Finland, I cannot go to Sweden, because I could escape and be a spion or whatever, but I can go to the Arctic, no problem, get lost. So that's why number of young people from number of universities all over Poland, it was not my case, I was just one of the many.
Thank you, Marcin, once again. Now it's time for our second presenter, Herman Hummel from the Hufvud Foundation.
Thank you, Paul. I'm the chair of a small foundation, and we try to see how if we can find sustainable solutions in all challenges in our environment nowadays. For my profession, I'm originally a marine biodiversity, very specialized person, researcher, but I discovered, say, 10 years more ago, I discovered more and more we have to be much wider than just this very narrow specialization, and we need to widen our perspective. And that's what I try to show here also, how is the sea in the public mind. It will be a small story only about the Atlantic, how they perceive the sea, our colleagues, and not only our colleagues, but it's especially the general public and also the stakeholders. So I will show this short story on behalf of all those colleagues at our office, and we'll take a small part of our research that's done partly together with the colleagues from EOPAN here. Jan Martin is leading a big project called Marbevis, and there is also a sister project called Marine Sabres. In Marbevis, we study some Atlantic coast areas. In the other project, we study some oceanic islands. So that's what we call the Atlantic islands. And we have the same question in both projects. Yeah, and the question is, what's the balance between the ecology, say the nature, the economy, and the social cultural perceptions of the people in coastal villages? So, but there are of course also some influences and pressures on this balance. But we asked this from 226 stakeholders in the last 2 years. So those stakeholders are not only the researchers or policymakers, we especially went also to, say, the ordinary people, the hotel managers, the fisheries, so all the practitioners also, to see how they perceive their environment, how they see the links between it. So, and that's what I would like to tell you, because there are some surprising results. But firstly, how did we measure their perception of their environment? And to this end, we made mind maps. We just interviewed the people and we asked what they think is the most important in their environment. And they were let to tell for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and they really tell their whole life story, so to say, what they feel about the environment. They start to talk about the nature, but finally, they of course start also to talk about the education that they had, to feel about the nature. Then there are of course also governance about it, the quality of life. Then there are some pressures as climate change on the environment, and you let them talk, and then they will talk about their income, the economy, the tourism, and that there are hotels and whatever. They can tell their story. And this is of course completely perception. It is subjective. Every person will have a different story. But we measure them, and that's called semi-quantitative. Since we ask also, how strongly is nature influenced by something, or how much is nature influencing according to you. And you can say a little bit, then we give it a value 1. Or you can say enormous lots, then you give it a value 5. It can be positive or it can be negative. And in this way, you can get, say, quantitative data about the feeling of some person. And that's what we have done. And that's what we did sometimes just in the open field. We get some person who is, say, organizing all kinds of trips for watching whales. That's also what we just did everywhere. And of course, the first issue, if you move especially to the islands, then you think this is, of course, as you perceive the sea, a nice open view to the sea, luxury, you sit down easily, you think about the mysteries of the sea, and that's all what you try to perceive. And you sit down there relaxed with a wine or eating while eating. But is that really the truth? Is that what we got out of our interviews? Of course not. Because already since centuries, the feeling about the sea is completely different. And especially at those Atlantic islands to start with, they were not facing the sea with their houses. They were living much more higher up the hill. Here were the villages much higher, hundreds of meters higher from the sea. Why? Because the houses were corroded by the salt. They had harsh weather, storms. And for example, in the Azores, they had every 20 to 25 years, they had a big tsunami. All the houses near the coastline would be swept away. So they just had a strong fear for the sea. And of course, on those islands in the Atlantic, they have also fear for the volcanoes. Yeah, for the eruptions over there. So there is a fear for the sea. It is not so nice in this way. And they had to adapt to this. So in the earlier days, the focus for living in the society and their perceptions were much higher. They were thinking about the agricultural areas, yeah, how to grow crops. And the port was only for small-scale economic activities, not big, just transport to from the island and for their maritime activities like fishing, for example. So, but that was all local. If you compare that with the Atlantic coastline, say England, the Netherlands, Spain, they had not such a fear. They wanted to dominate the sea, go with the ships, and of course make a lot of colonies and all that kind of stuff, just to suppress everybody in the world and to be the master of the world. So they had no fear for the sea. And the sea became the center and the source of all kinds of economic and wide-scale activities. So there's a big difference between the islands and the coastal countries. And these differences we could find still in all our interviews. So when they talked about the balance between nature, the economy, and the society, we just could find several trends back. So I start with the perception of the economy. If we compare here how much they feel a harbor is important in the Atlantic coastline areas, they say this is very important. And what you can see now in every following graph, you will see always 3 bars for the Atlantic coast and for the Atlantic islands. It are averages. So this very average views. Firstly, the occurrence in interviews, you will see how high the percentage of people who tell something about harbors and feel that it is important, how many connections such an element has, because a harbor has an influence on this and an influence on that, so you can count the number of connections between all those elements. And you can see also how strong it is. Was it evaluated with a little bit of influence, or very strong influence? The higher the bars, you need not read exactly the numbers, but you can see at the Atlantic coastline, the harbor is felt to be important to them. In the Atlantic islands, the harbor is not so much important. You still can see they are oriented not towards the sea. In principle, they're still oriented to the higher level to live. And so that's also what you can see for the infrastructure and transport at the Atlantic coast areas. This is much higher, evaluated and perceived as being important. Also the fisheries, large-scale fisheries along the Atlantic coast studies, large-scale fisheries is important. In the Atlantic islands, it's much lower this. They have a much higher perception of local fisheries in the islands and less on the mainland. So this is also what you can find, for example, in relation to tourism. Small-scale tourism is evaluated and perceived much more of importance in the islands than on the mainland. So what you every time feel back again already in this economical aspects, they feel and perceive small scale issues in the islands much more important, whereas on the mainland it's still about large scale infrastructural issues. So do we find this back also in the nature protection? Yes, you can see it. At the Atlantic Islands, they think much more about the protection of their area and also about conserving their territories than they do on the Atlantic coast studies. So against such a difference, they are much more caring about their environment, their nature, than the others. If at the mainland we think about nature protection, we think about technical solutions, such as we need to have renewables and save in this way the world. So therefore, there's a very high importance of renewables at the Atlantic coast areas than in the Atlantic Islands. They hardly think about it. They think about protecting their own nature as it is, not with technical solutions. So do we find some issues then also in the society? Yes, because at the Atlantic Islands, many people, 70% mention society is important according to us. Whereas on the mainland, it is something like 30% who say it is important. So the societal feeling, being together, is much stronger at the islands than on the mainland. Of course, urbanization is then on the mainland much more an issue. And for having this kind of urbanization issues, you need, of course, some kind of national rules and regulations to regulate all this kind of urbanization issues. And you can see that at the islands, they only like to do that with local rules, not with national rules. So it's again, local is much more important at the islands. But to do this all kinds of national rules and regulations, you will see that spatial planning, also of course to combat this urbanization, is much more important along the Atlantic coast than at the Atlantic Islands. So in summary, you can see that the Atlantic Islands still they perceive that the sea delivers natural and valuable ecosystem services like fisheries, tourism, and they can be used but at small local scale. That's the most important message. They think that the protection and conservation of their nature is important. That's the perception. Also, the society is important. And if it's about governance, it should be local governance to control the balance of the coast and their sea area. So, at the other hand, along the Atlantic mainland coast, it's utilitarian. They want to use the sea, but at large scale, with infrastructural issues, technical solutions. And at the same time, they need for this, to do that, spatial planning and do that at a national scale. So there are major differences in the perception of the sea. At the islands, they are living with the sea, and just at the mainland, they are overruling the sea with technical solutions. I thank you for your attention. That was the question.
Thank you for timekeeping. That's the time for a couple of questions. Mr. Full here.
Herman, I was wondering, is it so that the island populations are much more close to the others compared to the coastline population, which might be more open, more liberal, etc.?
Not when they welcome you. They're very open. At the other hand, they are very friendly. And my feeling is always that at the mainland they are more individual and closed. So it takes more energy to have discussions at the mainland, whereas at the islands they are open to you. But I do not know if you want to live within their community, how they will respond. And that may be something completely different. That may be the opposite even.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Any other question?
I assume you did some statistics, right? Or it was on the basis of interview with people, and if you could tell us looking at.
Yeah, no, it is indeed all based on interviews, and of course we do also some statistics, and we see this kind of differences to be significant. maybe Sabine also will touch upon it, I'm not sure, but also we analyzed this, for example, for Svalbard in the north of Europe. We have been also in those areas, and you really see significant trends in differences of opinion. Yeah, so these you can be sure about the fact they are different and in a significant way. So we really can test them with all kinds of cluster analysis and all that kind of stuff. I will not go into the techniques, but yes, they are significantly different in the opinions.
Yeah, we got time for next question.
Still not one at the back.
Okay. I was wondering how you selected the Atlantic coastal places to interview, because I think there would be quite big differences in opinion between, for example, in the UK, certain fishing communities versus other, where there's this sort of industrial fishing.
And this is the law of high numbers. So that's the reason why we also did 226. That was only already the number for the Atlantic. And they were 6 out of 15. So we have another 300 stakeholders that we interview. You need to do a lot of interviews, a high number, else you come to conclusions that indeed are completely only locally, give an impression, just an impression. You need high numbers to come to some general conclusions. We selected them not in such a way that we want to have this one, that one, and that one. It was more by coincidence who are our colleagues who want to participate. And they have then been selecting all those different stakeholders. And there's often, you will see that say 40% are still researchers and policy makers. And it is also not completely like that. You have to find volunteers for such. So 60% belongs to the public at large, but 40% is still research and policy driven. We did a statistical analysis also of if you can find differences between policymakers, researchers, or public at large. And we could not find any statistical differentiation except of one element, and that was policymakers and politicians in the Atlantic Islands. They have an opinion which is the same as on the mainland. And our idea is, as we try to explain it, then those guys who are policymakers and politicians have had their education on the mainland, and they take it with them when they move to the islands. So they are not really connected to the population at the island. So that's our explanation. That was the only differentiation regarding your profession, so to say. Yeah. But it was further all coincidence and friends and that kind of networking.
Hi, so my question is, maybe it's more about your feelings after interviewing these island people. Do you think that they want to protect nature because they love nature, they are attached to it, or it's more for kind of commercial reasons and they need nature for their life? I'm asking because I worked with local fishermen in Greek islands. And they were very much into cooperation with NGOs because they noticed that they are having less and less fish, and they needed fish for food, for getting money because they have tourists there, and they were afraid that if they don't have fish, the people will not come there. So it was not that much about loving nature, in my feeling, but more about just living.
Yeah, it is a kind of living, but not the economic living. It is a living of societal integrity. And at those islands, you easily can see they feel that too many tourists, as Jan Martin also just indicated for Svalbard, too many tourists are threatening them. And that is the feeling why they think about the nature. Anchoring of all those boats that fish in your territory, that ruins, say, the seagrass fields, and from the seagrass fields, the fish are living. And of course, that has an impact also on the economy, but there are different ways of economy. You can have this local view on the economy, local rules, local economy, and so also for the fishermen, but it gets sufficient. Yeah, that's their feeling. And they can do without all those tourists, for example. So it is a bit living for the economy, but mainly also the societal integrity, because of those damned tourists, they buy our houses. and everything becomes expensive and so on. So it is a complete cycle of all kinds of sorts that have now an impact on their society. And so it is not so simple as just I want to earn sufficient money.
Yeah, it seems quite very different than what I noticed in Greece, but it was also years ago. So yeah.
But we did the same interviews also on Menorca and Mallorca, but someone else will tell about the Mediterranean. But in Menorca, we already saw this tendency also, not so much on Mallorca, where they earn a lot of money from the tourists, but at Menorca, they are still more and more invading, and they would like to stop it, and they had these social problems in the community. And so they were afraid for that. And so it is also not directly the love for nature. No, nature is part of it. You also see, for example, you talked about Crete. One of the issues that came to the foreground on Crete, and Christos will know also, living there, partly, and then they indicated very strongly, all those tourists take away our access to the beach and to the nature. And it's not because they love the nature, Nate. Sometimes you want to access the nature as it is, the beach. Now all those hotels are blocking all access to the beach, and you cannot enter anymore. So this is also not economical. It is just having accessibility and as a society to live in a normal way. And that's what we felt at all those locations. So not just at the Atlantic Islands, also Menorca, also at Crete and so on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Maybe
Last question.
short question concerning the methodology of selection for interview. Did you check or consider as one element whether the interviewer or the people who are answering the questionnaire was born in the place you investigated, or was immigrant, newcomer, or something like that? As it is also influenced,
Of course, there's an
especially on the coastal,
Yeah.
land coast.
As I said, several of those politicians and policymakers, they came from the mainland, but have been sufficient long over there. So we prefer to interview those persons who were, say, originally living over there already for decades. It needs not to be born there, but at least to live there for decades. Yeah, that's what you do. Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to move to the next presenter. So thank you so much, Herman, once again. So welcome third speaker, Nina Tynkkynen from the Åbo Academy.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry, I have to cheat a bit and look at my phone, my notes, because I must say that I'm stepping a bit outside of my comfort zone regarding the topic. I'm political scientist, and actually I might have, and we can talk with you, Herman, later about this, but a complementary explanation to your policymakers' attitude, that you wonder about that. Yeah, so as said, I'm a political scientist, but today I'd like to reflect on how we see and talk about the sea, because the sea is obviously not only a biophysical or economic space, but also a political, cultural, and imaginative space. That is, yes, thank you. Can I use the arrows? Okay, yes, good. Yes, and indeed, my previous or recent research is in the study of environmental policy and governance, and most of my recent work has focused on how the Baltic Sea is governed through institutions, corporations, and policy, especially how environmental protection intersects with foreign policy and geopolitics. But in this presentation, I want to connect that perspective to a broader theme, which is the perception of the sea in public discourse, art, and law, and how these perceptions shape the way the sea is governed. And I think this makes a nice continuum from Herman's presentation. So first, we should ask, how do we see the sea? The sea is obviously not only water, but it is a social and political space. Science, law, and art, for example, all produce different seas. How we imagine the sea shapes how we govern it. And traditionally, environmental governance has approached the sea as something to manage, a space that can be mapped and measured and regulated, perhaps more like in the picture on the right hand or on the left hand side. And the goal has been coordination to manage pollution or fishing or biodiversity across national borders in the context of the Baltic. But the sea, of course, also lives in our collective imagination. It appears in literature, poetry, paintings, and in the everyday language of social media nowadays. It carries emotional and symbolic meanings, such as freedom, danger, mystery, desire, and belonging. And these perceptions matter also in terms of governance. They influence what kind of governance is seen as legitimate or urgent. The Baltic Sea, as you probably know, is an especially interesting case because it has long been described as a success story of environmental collaboration or even as a laboratory of regional environmental cooperation. And there are institutions such as HELCOM and the EU that have promoted this kind of technical science-based management and transboundary governance for decades already. But this managerial logic, defining the sea as a shared resource in a way to be jointly managed, it always coexists with this kind of more cultural and social and political meanings. And in my own work, my own research on Baltic Sea governance, I've seen how these different meanings shift with changing political contexts. In the 90s, 80s, early 2000s, the dominant story was indeed that of shared responsibility, our common sea. And more recently, the narrative has been challenged by these geopolitical tensions in the region, by energy politics, and by growing securitization of the maritime space. But even in these highly institutionalized governance settings, such as in the Baltic Sea, region the sea is not just managed, but it also imagined and narrated. So coming to these different narratives, and this is now based on my research. I've done this kind of meta-analysis recently, how the Baltic Sea environmental cooperation has evolved over time and what kind of narratives there are. And these are across policy, media, and public discourse that we can identify sort of three main narratives over time, but that these coexist and sometimes also compete. First, as I already said, there is and has been this narrative of shared responsibility, our common sea. And this storyline emphasizes shared stewardship and cooperation across borders. It in a way underpins the whole history of Baltic environmental policy from the Helsinki Convention to regional projects, including, for example, those that are under the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. And this narrative has moral power. It builds a sense of regional identity and collective responsibility. And the second narrative that has been there for a long time is the story of a fragile sea, the sea that is at risk and sick and endangered. We have images of algal blooms and declining fish stocks, marine pollution, and these have shaped how people see the sea and how they think about the sea, the Baltic Sea. And today this narrative is merging with the narrative of geopolitical risk, with oil spills and pipeline explosions, cable accidents, and so on. And environmental and security discourses are blending in ways that we probably had earlier, like in the 70s, but not for decades after that. And the third narrative is maybe somewhat newer, or I don't know, and that's connected to the blue economy and green transition. And here the sea is seen as a source of sustainable growth and innovation, offshore energy, aquaculture, circular economy, marine biotechnology. Maybe this is something that in the second or third panel will be discussed further. And this narrative really defines the sea as a field of investment and entrepreneurship. And together these different stories show that the sea is not only a natural object or policy field, but it's a narrative space where we have these different meanings and competing interests. But these are not just like background stories, but they also actively shape governance itself. They determine and influence which problems are seen as important, what kind of solutions we can think about, and what kind of solutions might appear legitimate, but also, and more importantly, whose knowledge counts. If the sea is framed mainly as fragile, policies focus on perhaps this kind of more traditional protection and monitoring. And when it's framed as opportunity, emphasis shifts towards innovation and growth. Whereas then in the framing of shared responsibility, cooperation becomes sort of the dominant logic. So these narratives, in other words, are instruments of governance. They again define what can or cannot be done. There is still another important layer of perception which comes from law. And we first had the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, adopted already in the early 80s. And it defines these maritime zones and exclusive economic rights, national territorial waters, and so on. And in doing so, it turns this fluid and borderless sea into a territorial and economic space, something that can be owned and divided and managed in this kind of a regulated manner. And in Europe, this legal architecture is even then complemented and sometimes complicated by a second layer, EU environmental legislation. All these directives, starting from Marine Strategy Directive, Water Framework Directive, Habitats Directive, and the new nature restoration law, for example, they all construct the sea in a different way, and not as a territory, but as a shared ecological system that transcends national borders, and that should be somehow managed based on the ecosystem boundaries. And all these policies, they aim to achieve a good environmental status for European seas and to integrate marine and terrestrial ecosystems into a single governance framework. They reflect the collective attempt to make the ecological sea visible within law and policy. And when I say so, it sounds very ridiculous in a way, because how could you do that seriously when you have this fluid sea and all layers of different regulations and actors there. And even so, because these different framings coexist uneasily with the geopolitical and economic logics of marine governance. And in the Baltic case, these tensions are especially visible. Environmental directives and these laws, they intersect with questions of energy infrastructure and pipelines, military activity and security concerns. They increasingly shape maritime spatial planning, and geopolitical rivalry influences how cooperation itself is perceived. So we really have multiple seas coexisting at once. the legal, the ecological sea, the political sea, the cultural sea, and the gap between these differences, I think it seems to be widening. So if these different seas often diverge, we might ask, where do these different visions of the sea actually meet? And I'm not sure where they meet, but one place and a bit worrisome place is, of course, the media and social media. And in today's media landscape, the Baltic is constantly made visible and most often through crisis narratives. They are not there. I didn't want to take these crisis narratives here, but something else. Because I think there is another layer of visibility that we should highlight, the one that we might call the everyday sea. And this appears in different local initiatives, community science projects, and artistic and activist storytelling, photos of coastal life, campaign for clean beaches, or artistic reflections on the sea's changing identity. And I think this event today is very important regarding exactly this. And on different social media platforms, these posts might seem trivial, but collectively they shape emotional connections between citizens and the sea. They make the sea part of our daily experience, not just an abstract policy target or technical target to be somehow managed. And maybe these digital narratives also influence policy legitimacy, who knows? And when people see the sea as polluted or endangered, they tend to then at least support protective measures, if not initiate these. And in this sense, the governance increasingly unfolds in the public imagination through hashtags and visual storytelling. So let me conclude by returning to the main idea and my own profile. So environmental governance is not just about managing resources, but it's also about managing meanings and perceptions. And the effectiveness and legitimacy of marine policy depend indeed on how societies and people imagine the sea. Is it a shared home, a resource frontier, or a security zone? And in this Baltic case, we've seen how cooperative environmental governance can coexist with rising geopolitical tension. And this coexistence hopefully challenges us to think beyond institutions, to include culture, emotion, imagination in how we understand the sea and governance. So the key message I want to leave you with is that narratives are not peripheral to governance. They are part of its very infrastructure. And if we want to have a sustainable future for the Baltic or any other marine area in the world, we must not only restore the waters, but also reimagine our relationships with the sea itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. We have time for 2 short questions.
Yeah, thank you, Nina, for an insightful view on the Baltic Sea. I think you did that was interesting, and it gave me reason to rethink what I'm going to say in the afternoon. But I think the main thing you said, in fact, you summarized in your final words there that we do not only need to do something about the ecosystem, but about how we as humans relate to the ecosystem. And with this, I think the critical thing in today's world is that humans are distancing themselves from nature even more. And I think Herman's presentation showed this in an ample way, that the closer you live with nature, the more you also respect it. And when you show respect to something, then you can also protect it. And then there is this big but, and that is that what do we want to protect? And I will come back to that in the afternoon. Okay, but thank you very much.
Yes, last question.
Yeah, thanks. Nina, it was really interesting. I would just like a little bit more info about this Northern Lights. How exactly were the tourists going to see these, algae blooms? Was it just advertised on social media or?
The campaign, you mean?
Yeah.
That one I don't know actually so much about. I just found it, but it's a foundation in Finland. Maybe this Jan Nurminen Foundation, if you have heard about it, and they have this kind of a campaign. So if you are interested in, you can just. I found it in the internet. I took it here. Yeah. Yeah. If I may just reflect on what Erik was saying, and I think it relates to what I asked or commented regarding Jan Martin's presentation, that yes, we have become more like the distance between us and nature has become indeed longer, I think, and it might have something to do with technology, for example, even if, of course, technology might also help us to experience nature in different ways. But yeah, that's maybe something that we can discuss throughout the day, an interesting thing. And I didn't think about it like before this event that yes, all this equipment and when you don't have the tangible, in a way, hands-on approach to what you are doing, like embodied experience, that distances you, obviously. Yes, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Now's the time for the last presenter in the session. We have Jolanda Kuluri from the Hellenic Center for Marine Research, actually online. Jolanda, do you hear us?
Yes, good morning to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Can you give me access in order to share my screen? Because.
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for not being there. I plan to be, but unfortunately, due to family health issues, I couldn't make it. I would very much like to be with you, but okay.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Can I? Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen in present mode, in presentation mode?
In a presentation mode, not in a full screen mode.
Is it okay now?
No.
No.
First of all, you need to make it full screen and then share.
I had to make it first full screen and then share it?
Yeah. Yes, first of all, full screen and then share the presentation in Zoom.
Okay. Share. Is it okay now?
No, it's still in a presenting mode, but it's fine for us.
Okay, I don't know why it's happening. I tested.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, I'm here to present you some indicative, let's say, humans' perceptions for the Mediterranean Sea, coming from the island of Crete, which is in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, in the Eastern Mediterranean Basin, and especially from people who are residing and or visiting the coastal environment of Heraklion Gulf, which is located in the northern coasts of Crete Island. Allow me to say a few words about the Mediterranean Sea, some characteristics that we probably should all, or at least Mediterranean people should know. It is the largest and deepest enclosed sea on Earth, with limited water exchange with the Atlantic Ocean. and an opening of the Suez Canal here, and I will explain you a little bit later why this is important. It is an oligotrophic sea. It is poor in nutrients. It is warm and salty, and with strong environmental gradients, such as primary production and species richness from the western to the eastern directions, and from the northern to the southern ones. And also, it is a marine biodiversity hotspot with more than 17,000 marine species and with a high rate of endemism. More than one quarter of the species are endemic. And there are a lot of rare species, mostly of Atlantic origin. And though fish production is relatively low, there are
A little disrupt. The slides are not moving, so maybe better if we shared your presentation and you will be telling
okay.
us when to change the slides. It's fine for you?
Okay, yes, please.
Okay.
I'm really
So
sorry about it.
No problem. Let's continue. We are sharing your presentation.
Okay,
right now.
yes. So you just saw the first slide and nothing else?
Exactly.
Okay, I will just go a little bit.
We are managing that in a moment.
Okay,
Your presentation.
yes, okay.
But which slide do you need?
We can go to the next slide. I told you about the limited water chains and the closed sea, and about the different, let's say, species we have, the hotspot biodiversity, the endemic species I've been telling you, the strong environmental gradients between the western and the eastern basin. I think that we can go on with the next slide. Some more species here to show you. Rare species, as I told you, many rare species and low fish production. And we can go on maybe to the next slide. I'm really sorry about this. About the emblematic species I've been telling you, such as sea turtles and many cetacean species and Mediterranean monk seal. Also some critically endangered grouper species, and the Mediterranean is also a spawning ground for the Atlantic bluefin tuna. It also includes some unique habitats, endemic ones, such as the seagrass meadows of Posidonia oceanica and habitats of Corallium rubrum. We can go on with the next slide, please. And what we need also to emphasize is that it is characterized as a climate change hotspot because of the increasing seawater temperatures. Hundreds of marine species have entered the Mediterranean Sea through the opening of Suez Canal, affecting its biodiversity in many different ways. Next slide, please. And we also are aware that the Mediterranean Sea, as many other seas, provides food and minerals and medicines and energy resources. It is one of the major pathways for maritime transportation and trade and cultural exchanges. And it is one of the most, let's say, important world's tourist destination. over 30% of the tourists around the world are coming to visit the Mediterranean Sea region. But because of all these services, we have major human impacts like over tourism and over exploitation and pollution and biological invasions. And since we now have realized a little bit the connection between humans and the Mediterranean Sea and how Mediterranean Sea affects our lives and how we influence the Mediterranean Sea, we can go a little bit back to the past. Next slide, please. And we can see a little bit what was the relation of the humans and the sea in Crete many years ago when the Minoan civilization flourished. It was about 3,000, between 3,000 and 1,500 years before Common Era, where this civilization was developed in Crete. At that time, it were the Minoans that were residing the area. Next slide, please. And I have to say that Minoans were a maritime nation with many naval links, not all over the Aegean Sea, but also all over the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. Here you can see some marine representations, for example, the interior part of a trading vessel and some fishermen fishing with hooks. Minoans, apart from having strong connections with the sea, they also feared the sea. So they believed that there were sea monsters, and they were making and keeping amulets like this stone amulet in order to keep them safe. Next slide, please. So you can see through their art, through Minoan art, their relation with the sea. You can see some fishermen here and some representations of the marine, let's say, ecosystem. Next slide, please. I would like here to emphasize that apart from the fact that I believe that you can see that they were probably very good taxonomists in a way because their drawings are very accurate in the way they represent marine species. They also had, let's say, a holistic view of the marine ecosystem. Their representations are complex. They have complexity in a way with many different species like octopuses and sea urchins and macroalgae and tritons. Next slide, please. And they were also making molds and stone objects from seashells. You can see many details of the seashells here. And here is the opportunity to thank my professor and my supervisor, Anastasios Eleftheriou, who kindly provided me with these photos of the Minoan art, and who part of his marine research career, he dedicated in order to investigate this relation of the man and the sea, and he spent many hours in order to identify seashells that Minoans were using for different ceremonies. These seashells have been found in graves and tombs, and they are stored in the Archaeological Museum of Heraklion. Next slide, please. And then the decline of the Minoan civilization came with the explosion of the volcano in Thera Island in Santorini, where it influenced a large marine area, and Crete Island too. And then we had different civilizations that followed with marine representations that their accuracy and their complexity, I would say that they are not as much as of the Minoan art. And let's come back to our present. Next slide, please. With the European-funded Marbefes project, aiming to investigate marine biodiversity and ecosystem functioning, leading to ecosystem services. One of the objectives of the project is to investigate how people in coastal communities perceive the relationship between the sea, society, and economy, and the pressures acting on this relationship. Among the regions studies is the Mediterranean Sea region, and among the study areas is Heraklion Gulf, located on the north coast of Crete Island. And through interviews and surveys conducted with different stakeholders, we have, let's say, realized this kind of relationship. Also, during the second round of stakeholders, we have gone further with some other surveys, among other things, in order to investigate the level of connection with the marine environment towards a society that understands, values, and cares for the sea and its biodiversity. So, results, next slide, please. From all these surveys and interviews, what they say to us, these results are that the stakeholders of our area believe that the most important variable, at least mentioned during the first round of stakeholders and during the interviews, is the large-scale tourism, which has been mentioned very often by the different stakeholders, and is strongly connected with many other variables like nature and pollution and economy and biodiversity. During the surveys, there are also other elements that seem to be important for stakeholders. Here you can see for the public audience, the most important, let's say, variable element of ecosystem services is biodiversity conservation, while for the private sector, sociocultural elements like relaxation and amusement seem to be important, while elements of socioeconomic categories and pressures like tourism and urbanization seem to be important, let's say, equally for all the different categories of stakeholders, meaning public audience, private sector, research organizations, public authorities. Next slide, please. During the second round of stakeholders, again, we asked them about the most important environmental problems they think we have in our area. And apart from over-tourism that has been already mentioned in the first round, we also have mentions for pollution and marine ecological threats, such as biodiversity loss and environmental degradation and invasive species. When we asked them what they think are the most popular opinions of the public that are scientifically correct, among these environmental problems, the value of the marine environment of Heraklion Gulf was risen, the economical, historical, aesthetical value, the physical and mental health that provides, and also the lack of law implementation and the need for protection supported by the authorities and regulations. And when we asked them about the most popular opinions of the public that are not scientifically correct, we had several mentions for issues related, let's say, to the port. For example, that it is only an industrial harbor, or that it is a viable and important fishing spot, or that it is a port that cannot be transformed in a sustainable energy hub. And then we asked also about bizarre and controversial issues that they are aware of or they have heard. And what they answered were about ancient treasures hidden in the marine seabed, or about coastal hazards that can be developed by earthquakes and volcanic activities. Next slide, please. And I'm going to finish with a survey that took place in Heraklion Gulf, not only with the stakeholders of the project, but a wider survey, a sociocultural survey in relation to the marine environment. This survey was carried out at Crete Aquarium, which is part of the Hellenic Center for Marine Research Organization. And this aquarium receives thousands of visitors every year. So we had this survey, and 219 people participated in this survey, from most of them from 18 to 45 years old, as you can see. And the interesting thing was we were lucky because we had, apart from foreign visitors, because most of the people there visiting aquarium are foreign visitors, about 44% of the participants. We also had a large percent of locals, 36%, and 20% of Greek visitors that can be, let's say, considered as visitors, but also with the perception of the Greek, let's say, view. And these people visit the Heraklion Bay coastline, mostly in order to swim and enjoy the view and walk. And as Jan Martin has mentioned before, it seems that they see the landscape and not what is underneath the marine environment. There is the so-called ocean blindness. It is difficult for the people, for the common people, to realize what is underneath the sea. Next slide, please. And here we can see that the contact with nature, tourism, the scenery, and leisure are values that are associated with the Heraklion Bay coast. For most of the people, the health of this environment, the way they use it, is important, but also for about 30%, it is not important, which also reveals that there are people that they do not realize their influence on the marine environment and the influence of the marine environment on their lives. There are discrepancies about the health of this marine environment. There are people saying that it is not healthy. There are people saying that it is. There are people say that we don't know if it is healthy or not. And what influences this health are local human disturbances and tourism and pollution. And most of the people also believe that local and national authorities, but also citizens, are responsible for the protection of this environment, and that education and research are important, let's say, variables in order to protect the marine environment of Heraklion Gulf. So in order to conclude, the last slide, please. There are, coastal development and mass tourism and the different ecological threats have been mentioned by most of the people, both stakeholders and people that they are residing or visiting the coastal marine environment of Heraklion Gulf. There are several misconceptions and pessimism in relation to sustainability. And I would say that what we need to do as marine researchers is to strongly collaborate with the authorities, with the local and regional authorities, and to disseminate and communicate our results and give the essential information in order for the people and the authorities make informed and responsible decisions for the protection of our marine environment. Thank you very much, and really sorry for this technical thing.
Thank you, Yolanda. We are a bit after time, so there is no actually time for questions to you. But I also would like to thank to the other speakers for sharing your perspective about the sea. And now it's time for a short break till noon. So you are welcome to the small room where coffee, tea is waiting for you. Thank you.
So.
Floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm really happy to be here with this fantastic selection of other speakers. And so far, I've been really excited and got a lot of inspiration for our own work. So I'm here today to talk about imagining Godzilla. I have the T-shirt, so you don't forget as we go on. And I should have been together with my wife and partner, Maria Pustonen. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it at the last moment. So it's just the ugly one. Anyway, we have a artist residency running on our 42-foot sailing catamaran, Godzilla. So that's where the name for the project comes from. We regard it as a relational art project. This means that a lot of the sort of art that is going on is about the interaction between people and places. We're not exactly expecting there to be artworks produced during the residences, but quite often that is going on. And these are very short-term, intensive experiences for the artists involved. So this term relational art originally comes from Nicolas Bourriard, French curator and theorist, who really regards that these sort of human relations are the thing that are the key in these works. And here is an image from a workshop organized by artist Mina Henriksson that we had in Mariehamn in 24. So this is the boat, the catamaran. Now, this is a few years ago. There was some additional cabin in Center Park now, but these are designed by James Warren, who was the first person to take a catamaran east to west across the Atlantic, and his inspiration comes from Polynesian double canoes. So, as I said, a lot of the sort of art happens by the sort of interaction between people. And here is actually when we had a moment of two different groups of the crews being sort of on the boat at the same time, because often when we have the changeover, there are people overlapping. And actually, we had just arrived at this Skovshuvudet harbour due to very severe storm affecting us, and we had to sort of make a detour to this small place and be there. So people are looking quite relieved after a heavy previous night at sea. Why do we organize this? For a lot of artists, and I think I find this very true, that you go to art exhibitions and you see artists that are working with the sea as a theme. And then when you talk to them, they actually haven't been at sea, or if they have, maybe they've been on a research ship or some other larger vessels. So we're trying to offer people the chance to really experience being at sea, near the sea, near the elements, and really feel what it is like to be exposed to that. And also have this interaction with other people who are on board at the same time, and interactions with the marine scientists who we visit, and then also other people like the public, as have been mentioned, who are in the harbours and other areas we're going to. One of our aims is to highlight the ecological situation to this sort of boating public, because in a way they are quite key people in society. They tend to be perhaps richer, more well-off, maybe business owners. And yet when you actually see the way that they treat the sea, it's not so good. You know, we've seen people washing their boats with detergent in the harbour and then just going swimming straight into the water of their boat, or they'll be using their toilet and pumping it out. And again, you know, this happens in harbour. So even though there are these restrictions and people should be using the holding tanks, they just don't do this. So part of our project involves really trying to raise awareness about these issues. So a lot of the boat, a lot of the time on the boat is about people having really inspiring conversations and bringing different artists and also people, other sort of cultural workers onto the boat. For example, Jürgen and Tomo and Julian are involved with this Ohanda 1 project, which is a quite utopian sailing ship project they're working on well, they have a small-scale model in Berlin, but they're planning to create a sailing ship that could cross the Atlantic, be totally sustainable and work as a sort of floating sort of workspace, rather than a cargo ship. Marek is founder of this tactical tech organization, again, as a sort of NGO working in the sort of media culture area. Yeah, so sort of history of our Imagining Godzilla project. We first organized it back in 2019, and then we have been trying to sort of keep it going for a number of years, visiting various places like Tuamine and Saili, which I think the marine scientists here will recognize, also Tbilisi and the Ur research station on the north of Gotland. The last couple of years we have had sufficient funding to really expand the project, and so every summer we've had over 25 artists chosen by open call. Yeah, here, for example, is with Lina Lute and her partner Mantas. Lina, you might recognize, was part of the Lithuanian Sun and Sea opera that was at the Venice Biennale. So these are the routes that we've been doing. This was 24. This was last summer, and I was just talking to someone about the storm. So the sort of black line was the original, and then the red line was what we actually managed to do. The first week or so, hugely strong sort of westerly storms, so it was very difficult to get around southern Sweden for us with catamaran, which doesn't go upwind so great. Part of the project idea is to visit not only these marine science places, but other sort of culturally important places, and sort of have some sort of cultural history and think about the history of these places. And this is like a key part for the artists when we get to various locations to really allow them to explore. We also sort of arrange visits to historical sites. Well, we've already had some mention of the algae blooms, and also this idea of increasing the understanding, the perception of these. In Finland, like where I'm based, very often people are concerned about getting this blue-green algae on their sort of cottage beach. That's when they're worried about it, but they don't think about it, what is happening out at sea. We know from our own experience that these blooms are massive and really extending for kilometers out at sea and can be very, very thick. It's like sailing through pea soup. On one, or actually a couple of occasions, we've been in the middle of them, and then a poor seal has come up and been like gasping for air. So it's pretty tragic. And here, oops, no, okay. This should be a video, but I don't get the video. But it doesn't matter. I'll go. Anyway, this was a short clip of us sailing through such an area. I'm sure people in the room really understand that. What is also really interesting for us is the sort of history. So, because this is from the sort of Hanseatic League time, showing the trade routes, and here from the current situation of the shipping routes and how you can really see the sort of density of traffic in the Baltic and where there's sort of certain routes, and it's very clear to us when we're sailing, we see the evidence and the amount of shipping really increasing certain areas like this right at the bottom of Sweden. This is really like a sort of super highway for shipping. And of course, the historical, the geopolitical tensions, and even before the war in Ukraine erupted, we were seeing this increased tension, even in Finnish archipelago, Finnish Navy ships patrolling much more frequently than before. And of course, now it's really up the tension, but we shouldn't sort of forget what has happened previously. So this Ruotsin-Salmi battle near Kotka, I think it's still the biggest sea battle ever in the Baltic. And we, of course, try to provide artists the possibility to examine some of the sort of archaeological evidence of this. So here are some of the artists visiting Bomasund, which was a huge fortress. It was regarded as the sort of northern, or it was meant to be the northern Sevastopol. So during the First Crimea War, British and French, using new technology, as in steamships, managed to get very close and then surrounded and destroyed the fortress, or captured it, and then afterwards actually blew it up. So there's not very much left of this stuff, but it's very interesting to go there and really understand the scale. Also visiting other sort of mining sites, for example, in Gotland is extremely important for the cement industry and these huge limestone quarries. So, of course, here today we're talking about art and science, and we have, well, I say a lot, some scientific equipment like a microscope where we can use, and also some other more rudimentary things and some artist-created tools. Yeah, and here is someone using what's it called? Well, microphones, hydrophones, yeah, that are in the water trying to record as we're sailing along, and capturing video of the algae and trying to use these for their artistic work. So we have a sort of rudimentary equipment on board that artists can actually do projects while they're there and capture different images. What was quite interesting in one of the samples that were taken, that one of the artists was saying, "Oh, there's these really beautiful little coloured things," and then as we looked at them, we understood this was the microplastic. So in fact, this sort of human pollution was actually perhaps more aesthetic than what we were looking at from the sort of biological viewpoint. So artists that are with us they each get a sort of own small space. Here's Isabella Martin working in her cabin, and then recording on deck. And of course, as I said, it's like important that Godzilla is a sailing vessel. So it's also giving a quite different experience for the artists. So there's not so often, because we do have to use engines, but we try as much as possible to sail. Okay, this is another video. Let me just see if it works. So, okay. So I have made this Seki disc, which I'm using quite regularly to take samples. It was actually Ilpo Vuorinen, who maybe some of you know, who has been, is now retired, but has been a professor and working at SAILI, and he introduced me to this and told me how to make one of these. But now we're using it here to lower a video camera into the water for Isabella's project. Yeah, some of the other artists that we've had, for example, Paaspatu sort of duo, who work a lot with radio and sort of trying to broadcast radio projects. They're sound artists. And Thomas and Uli Westphal, they're brothers, very interested in collecting plankton samples, and they had developed this net with different the sizes, so they would catch different types of plankton and samples, and towing it behind the dinghy there, and then analyzing it, and they do some very interesting projects and really use this material in their art installations. And then, of course, for example, visiting SAILI, people are able to get some experience with the equipment there, and here also during one Herring Day, which we organized together with Taro Elfing, another person I think some people know here from Contemporary Art Archipelago. And this is very much about sort of interaction with the public, of course, because SAILI has become this sort of tourist destination. So, yeah, Godzilla is a small, comparatively small sailing yacht. Everybody has to take part, help with the cooking, cleaning, and also can do the sailing as well, depending on their interest and skills. And yeah, people are yeah, really excited about this. And actually, Jonas here, who you can see is teaching us how to make kimchi. He is a sort of art chef or something. So this was his role, and he makes sort of art for, no, food for art events, or vice versa, depending on the situation. Yeah, and Sasha and Pavel Rotz were with us and had a sort of banner flag project. So here is Sasha working in the cabin. Some of the time it can be waiting around for that weather to get better. And in fact, this was in Øreskov in southern Denmark. And from here we crossed over to Kiel, which we had an absolutely fantastic sailing.
I did 2 minutes.
Oh God. Okay. All right, I will speed up. I've missed that some. So yeah, we had a collaboration with Helcom and on Marine Protection Area Day, which was 1st of August. We attempted to do this sort of live radio from the boat while sailing across it. What actually happened was the internet cut out just as we started. We actually had to sort of pause and then continue. But I wanted to sort of reminisce about the pirate radio stations that were in the sort of 70s. I thought it was like an interesting idea. Visiting to places like Björka Island, where Karin and Simon are living, Nida, Tonya doing a performance near Copenhagen. This is Sergio again on Saili, so bringing cultural events to the islands. Elena had a great idea of using the movement of the boat for creating these sort of ink drawings, and Anna doing these anathotypes with materials of the plankton that you found there. Abigail, who is an artist, a French horn player, who was particularly making sort of whale music. And what we were very surprised in Denmark that they call the porpoises whales. We hadn't really thought of them as whales, and then suddenly there were actually whales for her to play to, so it was quite nice. And then, other artists who have particular types of equipment that they want to use. Katya, who I think is quite relevant for some of the discussion about the sort of coastal erosion. She's a Russian journalist who's in exile. She works for the Medusa online publication, and she said the only thing that you can write about in Putin's Russia is and be critical is environmental issues, and this is how they can sort of do some poking at the state. And she's particularly interested in the coastal erosion of the Latvian coastline. So we were sailing very close to the shore and looking at that. Yeah, and Anastasia, another Russian who lives in Finland, and nearly there. Sometimes the weather is good. Yeah. And thank you to our supporters so far, and there are the links. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please talk to me or look at the website or the Instagram. Instagram actually maybe is a bit more funky if you're into that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andy. We're having time for questions now, but that was very inspiring story. So we'll certainly discuss it during the lunch break and discussions. Now we have another speaker online, hopefully waiting, yes. And it is Nicole Löser from the Institute of Art and Innovation. Nicole?
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I will quickly share my screen. Just a moment. Can you see my screen? Hello, can you hear my screen? You can see? Wonderful. Yeah, so it's a pleasure to also participate in this very exciting conference. I send you greetings from China. I'm currently teaching actually young designers, 90 designers every day. And the topic is data storytelling. And this time I'm also sharing with them approaches how to actually communicate, especially marine scientific facts, because this is not so easy around the world, right? And how we can communicate. So, but yeah, actually the day here is almost over. It's 7:30 in the evening. So yeah, it's a pleasure. And also I'm very grateful to be part of this conference. Even, yeah, I would love to be there in person. So I also would like to contribute some perspectives on the topic of sea in art. And as you know, I have several hats to wear. So I'm the director at the Institute for Art and Innovation, but then I'm also the co-director of the Futuring Alliance. And then I'm the professor for integrated design at the Dessau University, and actually also university lecturer for system innovation and social design. I will come to that later on because I have this interdisciplinary personality, and the Institute for Art and Innovation therefore fits me very well because since 2017 We are a think and do tank operating at the intersection of art, science, technology, and social innovation, because we really believe that this transformative change that we need on a systemic scale can only emerge when creative imagination meets research, scientific research, but also collaborative action. And we have many different EU-funded projects and international projects where we integrate actually methodologies rooted in artistic research, but also co-creation, futures literacy, and blue literacy. And here we develop our own formats, so to say, on art-based approaches, because we always want to have very diverse communities and very diverse backgrounds in our projects, because this is how we actually can co-learn and also deal with these complex and uncertain circumstances that we live in. We are also an active member of the Ocean Decade Germany Network and a partner in the Blue School Global Network. And actually, at the moment, we are also trying to build a network, especially in Germany, because I think we only have 5 schools so far. Some are also kindergartens, but there's no university, for instance, yet partner in this Blue School network. When we think of the oceans as living systems, I think artists are also quite challenged to come up with imagination. And why is that? On one hand, artists are capable of presenting that we are universally connected and that this is kind of a breathing system, right, of our planet. But when we have open calls to artists, it's often that most of the artists applying to our open calls are actually presenting the status quo. So there is lots of works on climate disruption, biodiversity loss, and industrial overfishing or dynamite fishing. But to really come up with new narratives and fuel our collective imagination is also for artists quite challenging. On one hand, art can allow us to feel the complexity and maybe also to start thinking more systemically. But what artists are really capable of is to connect us emotionally with the planetary challenges. We at IFI, we want to go a bit further. We really would love to understand the different perspectives of different disciplines, of different generations, of different knowledge holders and wisdom. And by that, we also aim that knowledge of the oceans can actually be translated into meaningful and accessible action. So I was invited to talk about art, science, and social innovation projects in the Baltic Sea region. So I will present you some of IFI's projects, so the Institute for Art and Innovation, but also some others that my team has either been part of or is linked to. So I'm presenting also a few others. But what I was saying, so for me, it's very interesting how we actually can, look at the oceans with all the different challenges in a more systemic way, and what artists can play for a role. For us, these kind of collaborations are always pilots to bring different people from different countries, different generations, different disciplines together. And by that, we can also understand what solutions might be a pathway for the future. On the other hand, we also develop projects where we engage citizens and local communities who often not talk to each other and allow them to share their perspectives, and by that also co-create a kind of co-lived experience that hopefully also can sustain on the long term. Because building resilience in these very challenging times, I think this is what we aim for at the Institute for Art and Innovation. When we started in 2017, we also had a project where Eulalia Domanowska was also part of when she was the director at the Institute for the Polish Sculpture in Oronsko. And this was the kind of first university project that was EU funded by the Creative Europe program, and it brought together more than 600 artists and 500 innovators from more than 12 countries in Europe, but also beyond. And after 1.5 years, there were 70 project partners, including 20 universities, to tackle local environmental challenges. And I think here artists also played a huge role, because as we opened the kind of meeting room, the space for exchange and co-creation with artists, we created the kind of neutral playground. And on one hand, we invited artists through open calls, but then we also had artist residency programs, participatory art installations, or site-specific performances, and in every country, co-creative workshops that either visualized the data, but also we learned a lot about the innovations that were developed by entrepreneurs. But on the other hand, we also invited people that usually wouldn't be heard. And this sparked often a dialogue and an interdisciplinary collaboration. With this project, we have involved more than 5 million people, and sparked a lot of cross-sectoral collaborations. New startups were founded, new policy changes were developed, and also new academic programs opened. And due to this international recognition, we also got invited by the EU Commission to present this project at South by Southwest, the world's largest Futures Festival in Texas in 2022, as it was one of the most impactful projects during that time. I just show you also a few impressions of artists' installations. Here you also can see an installation by an artist duo in Budapest. This was just a plastic waste from 1 week in one district of Budapest that was just placed in public space. But then, of course, here, that's also a very provocative performance. But we also were collaborating with innovators and helped them also to come up with more creative approaches. For instance, here, this tourist boat then became a boat where actually tourists go for fishing since then. Another collaboration also was with Clear Rivers, because they actually got the plastic waste out of the waters and then needed new ideas how to use the plastic waste that was collected. And as you can see here, they became then kind of public spaces. Based on the university, we also started with the Ocean Future Lab, and this was a funded project by the German Ministry for Research and Education. Also a very transdisciplinary format that also got recognized as an UN Ocean Decade activity. And as you can see here, so there was the German Alliance for Marine Research actually driving this project, because they were really interested if art can actually help with science communication. And then in our co-creation workshops in this Ocean Future Lab, it was also interesting because people who got invited, artists, scientists, innovators, but also policymakers and civil society, then came up with ideas how actually also maritime museums could be used for the public much better than just transferring knowledge in one direction, rather to also be co-creative places for the future. There was also the Oceanographic Museum Bremerhaven, the Futurium Museum in Berlin, but also universities involved. And our methods included future prototyping, world building, which is referring to science fiction, but then also participatory storytelling. And I think this kind of co-creation methodology really helped, on one hand, to transmit abstract scientific data into tangible, imaginable scenarios, so that then also the participants of these workshops could actually understand what this scientific data actually provided, so that it could be applied to new ideas, to new innovations. We also launched the Ocean Future School Lab and helped one Berlin school that we had as a pilot also to become certified as a European Blue School. What is also important is how can we actually expand ocean literacy? Because here in Germany, for instance, there is no link between marine science and the schools. If you are not a school on the Baltic Sea or North Sea, then there is actually no room in any of these different classes to really talk about ocean challenges. So what we do now with this project is based on future narratives that were compiled during the workshops. We also ask artists in to then visualize these scenarios, and these are part of traveling exhibitions where we then also organize public installations. And on the other hand, based on the Art for Futures Lab collaborations, also now artists and scientists, but also other people stay in contact to really exchange further. And how does visualization look like? So for instance, here you can see this was based on the idea that actually based on algae, you can do everything, right? You can grow your own food, you can get electricity from plants. So what would a living lab in the future look like if you can actually do everything at home? I mean, it's just a future vision, right? But I think artists can help us to really understand what actually could be possible. Here are some impressions. We also developed, together with the German Alliance for Marine Research, an educational toolkit that can be used now. So it's for free for everyone. You can actually order it from the website or also from the Futurium Museum. And here people learn about not only existing innovations and existing challenges of the oceans, but also how to overcome these and how to come up with pathways towards positive futures. This is also a visualization of Hamburg 2050. If something would happen like sea level rising, how can actually hero buildings be rescued, for instance, on these floating islands? There are also some very visionary works. So for instance, this here was a scenario where people thought about a deep sea research station. So this actually goes down 5,000 meters deep. So there's no material yet developed to do so. But actually, there is a longing of people that who also wants to coexist with marine creatures, and how actually can we allow them so. This was another narrative, which is also based on the idea of algae, but here it's a completely circular city floating completely based on algae. Even the building materials are made from algae. Another project that we did was also Sustainable Coastal Futures. This is more about...
Sorry, you have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. I started a bit later, 25, so please give me also 5 more minutes. So this was a partnership between the European Coastal Union, but also the H2 Mare. This is a very difficult topic because it was about green hydrogen production, and actually the coastal community was not happy to learn about this industrial extractive idea for the future. And we brought all the people together to really start dialogues and exchange on these future scenarios, which also helped the business people, but also the scientists to understand. Here you can see we then also used AI visualization just to help also the participants to be faster. So I don't go into much details. On the right side, you see one more image of the Ocean Future School Lab. This is something, because I was saying, what we need at the moment is really transdisciplinary exchange, and also to learn how can we communicate really complex data, complex vision, complex pathways to the public, and also integrate them, right, and allow them to understand. So for instance, this is a new campus in Rostock that is to be built, where it's actually all about how actually not only scientists can collaborate, they need interdisciplinary collaboration, but also how actually this whole campus can become more transdisciplinary. So maybe just to summarize here as well, I think art is a good bridge to connecting disciplines, emotions, traditions, and communities. But then, of course, we need more civic collective imagination. So I think also artists have to open up, let's say, to allow people to participate and also develop co-creation methods that value diverse voices besides their own, right? And to really bridge not only the stories that are in the room, but also to allow different kinds of approaches so that people can be met where they are. And this is actually, again, what IFI brings to the table, that we really want to bridge the worlds where research, education, and creative culture is exchanged. And maybe to end here, I'm currently also writing my PhD on co-producing social art for transformation, especially on ocean and water protection. And if there's anyone in the room, I would love to also hear from you and to get in touch, because I think artists, for me, are invited to accelerate not only the knowledge, but also different approaches, how we actually can co-learn, co-design, and co-imagine the future we want to live in. So thank you so much. And I wish you a beautiful day ahead.
Thank you very much, Nicole. It was very inspiring and interesting, and surely we'll keep in contact with a number of colleagues. They will write you emails, and hopefully you may have an opportunity to follow, because people will be recording all the meeting. So even if it's going very late in China now, you may have next morning to see some of the discussions. So thanks a lot for the inspiring talk, and see you later. And we are moving to the next presentation, which is something from the warmer waters. Yeah, it will be Sarah Sayed from the Munich University.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Poet from the Technical University of Munich. I'm a PhD researcher, and Professor Udo Weilacher and Professor Essam Hedgi from the University of Southern California are my advisors, and I'm from the chair of landscape architecture. So today, I'm going to take you, to a warmer place, which is Alexandria. And we want to see how a city can be transformed from the most powerful and most beautiful city to a city worldwide known for its building collapses, coastal floodings, and informal settlements. So Alexandria is a good example if we will talk about the southern Mediterranean basin, and we can learn a lot from Alexandria. The development that takes place in other cities like Tunis, Tripoli, Derna, and of course the cities of Suez Canal. These are highly densely populated cities with a very high importance of energy exports, but they are also facing a lot of climate hazards due to the coastal changes and because they are low-lying coasts, and they are also in a hot, arid climate, and this of course affects the economic activities that take place there, and it ends up with the outflow migration. So we want in this presentation to know what is the impact of the visual attributes of the waterscape on human perception of the coastal hazards. That it really affects the landscape architecture that we build on the canals or on the sea coast. Does it really affect the perception of people to these important waterscape, and how it impacts the mitigation efforts,
and how all of these vulnerabilities caused Alexandria to be in the way that we see it today. So some people may think that scientists are exaggerating things, that this couldn't happen in hot arid areas like those ones in the southern Mediterranean, but it happened. In one night in September 2023, a whole city, Derna, which is in Libya, it was totally wiped out. 9,000 persons died in one night, 5,000 disappeared in a very arid and desert area where there's no river system, and it was a sudden storm and not in the winter. So it can really happen. And we didn't learn the lesson actually next year in Valencia, which is semi-arid coast, and also it's low-lying coast. A devastating floods happened, and also hundreds of people died. And all what the people said in both cities, that we were not alert. Nobody told us or alarmed us about these floods. It means that people don't perceive their environment anymore. They can know that they have problems, and there is climate hazard taking place, and the climate and the sea is changing. So these are punctual events that could happen once, but there are also long-term events, long-term impacts of the sea level rise and coastal erosion, and this is what we have deduced in our research. You can find it here in this QR code. So in this research, we are trying to find out what's the reason of accelerating building collapses in Alexandria, especially in areas which are nearby the coastline. And of course, Alexandria is a little bit different city because of it's a longitudinal city. And as we can see, this pink area, it's all built area. We don't have any natural buffer here between the sea and the built area. And as we can see that these blue balls here, the soil is not stable. And I'll tell you why the soil is not stable. Actually, the coastline here, it's moving. It's entering into the city. And this leads to the motion of the groundwater. The groundwater starts to rise up, and the salty water starts to go into the foundation of the buildings. And this causes instability of the soil. The soil starts to move, and this leads to the building collapses. So here you can see what is the meaning of shoreline retreat. Here, we can see that in almost in 100 years, we can see how the shoreline advanced into the city, advanced into the inland. That we also noticed that in 2022 only, in some areas of Alexandria, the coastline entered to the city by 31 meters per year. This is a huge amount. So here, as we can see, that buildings and the sea is just in the entrance. You can just go outside your building and find the sea under your legs. That didn't used to be like that. Of course, there was a coast, and there was a shoreline, a shore here, but it disappeared. And as we said, that the motion of the soil due to the groundwater rising leads to the buildings to be tilted like that, and then they eventually collapse. In 2001 to 2003, we have only one building collapsed. In 2019 till 2021, I mean, in the same time frame, we have 68 buildings collapsed. So this is not only happening in Alexandria, actually. We found out that this is happening also in Tunisia, Italy, Nigeria, Ghana, California, Brazil. So this is a worldwide phenomenon. It's not only about Alexandria. So this was very important to make people look out to our research, and we were very honored that a lot of media outlets have wrote about our research, and even the United Nations. This was very good output, because here we found out that people listened to or delivered the message that yes, we have a real problem. We have a real problem concerning the coast. And we also delivered our message that a city that is 3,000 years old, that was once very beautiful city. We used to have even outflow migration from Europe to Alexandria. And just in 60 years, this city lost all of this beauty, all of this connection to the sea, and it became like that, just building collapsing everywhere, even in the areas, just in the very luxurious areas in Alexandria. So this is also our second research. Here we are talking about another layer, which is the canals. And here we took the, I'm sorry. We took the Alexandria Canal as our example here. It's a 3,000 years old canal. And it's one of the canals of the Nile Delta. And the Nile Delta is a very fertile area where which has a great network of canals. But unfortunately, we lost 30% of these canals in the last 70 years. Why? Because we're not taking in consideration that we need to connect people to these waterways through landscape architecture. And we start to build just on the canal bank or the bank of the river. So we lost a lot of the aesthetic importance that made people connected to these places. And throughout the time, as we can see here, we can see here the transformation happened. First of all, it was canal, which is very important in maritime transport, and then, of course, irrigation, and then we started to build on the canal banks, and then of course it was deteriorated, so we start to make cement mitigations instead of creating green areas, green spaces, and finally these canals were just buried. It was the easiest way to mitigate, to bury it. And we can imagine that we built a highway in the middle of the city. We can imagine how many people die every year. And this didn't really solve any problem. If we're talking about mitigations, it didn't solve any problem. We found out in our research that the fisheries surrounding these areas were affected by 30%. Of course, the traffic were doubled. The sea level was even more higher than before, and the temperatures became more extreme. And the government has to pay five times more money to save the coast, just in the adjacent areas to this canal. So what we are doing now, actually, we are building more walls. We are putting more cement on the coastline. We're not doing anything new. We didn't learn from Libya, which had the same installations, just the same way to mitigate the coastline. And we're just building on the coastline, building more and more coffee shops and things that totally disconnect people from the sea. Most of the Alexandrians who don't have enough money, they can't see the sea anymore. And this is supposed to be a sitting place for people to see the sea. So look, great, creative. So this is our third research, and here we were talking about how we can mitigate these kind of ugliness that cause more and more risks for the coastal areas. We see here how we can connect people to the spaces, how people can socialize, and then this can create a relationship between them and between these waterways. So I imagined how it could be the coastline. So here I think that it's very important, not only for me, but all Alexandrians, to see the sea. We don't see the sea anymore. So we have to to expose this coastal area to people, to let them know how the levels of the sea are being changed, how it's really coming into the city. As we can see here, this is relatively new bridge, car bridge, and just on the sandy beach. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Because we don't have this. We don't need this anyway. This we have here already the Corniche road, the road on the beach. I don't know why they insist on such thing. Anyway. So we need to revive the image of Alexandria. I know that now we have to find another creative solutions because it's different. The settings are different. The climate is different. The people are different. But we have to revive this kind of coastal relationship between people and the sea. And of course, we have to involve people more in these adaptation design because if we have adaptation designs adaptations like those, the cement, building cement, just on the river or on the sea, people will just treat these waterways as a sewage. They will not see it as a canal or as an open space. They will just treat it as a sewage, and they start to just throw the garbage because it's not connected anymore to them anyway. So my conclusion is that landscape architecture offers more than design solution. It connects people to the ecology and infrastructure and creating this kind of social activities that enhance the effectiveness of any coastal mitigations that we will try to input on the sea. The optimum adaptation is not by more and more engineering solutions, but it needs this kind of aesthetic, the art of landscape, to make people feel they want to go to these places, they want to visit it, instead of being totally disconnected from these changing coastlines, as it happened in Derna. So the art of landscape design can strengthen the maritime identity of the Southern Mediterranean basin, the cities on the Southern Mediterranean basin, and enhancing the public awareness of their risks that takes place every year by year and increases every year by year. So this is my LinkedIn. I hope you can follow me, and I hope that we can have any further communications for further research work. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for perfect timing. We may have a few questions on the expense of the lunch, please.
Okay.
Blanca. Sorry, Irma.
Give me that. Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. And
my question is there any cooperation between the local government and the scientists? Because you did a great research, you know a lot, you know solutions, but what about implementing these solutions into the real world?
Unfortunately, in the recent days, it's very difficult to have any conversation with the government, but for example, in our recent research that was published in CNN, BBC, the government was forced to look at the phenomena because Reuters contacted the prime minister, and you will find out in this coverage of Reuters that they took from him a conversation, and he said that the government is looking at this phenomena because, yes, it's important, and they start to acknowledge that there is a real problem. This is great in Egypt. I mean, we're receiving a lot of of messages from people saying, hey, you're right, look, the buildings here are collapsing, and we're receiving a lot of videos that shows that people are alert. This is the most important thing, because this what puts real pressure on the government, that people can't go on with that. It's buildings collapsing, and the buildings are very high and they are relatively new. So imagine how it affects the society. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe a quite positive remark in between. In the Canarian Islands, we have done also their stakeholder interviews. There they had some problems in Fuerteventura, in some villages. The sea was not really entering into the territory. No, the territories of the buildings were entering into the sea. They wanted to have more big hotels. So what they did, one street additional, and they to build again hotels there. Those who had already an old hotel in the last street, they could build a new hotel. So that would take all the coastline at the end. So that's what they recognized in time, that this green territory that you were drawing also on your pictures, that was disappearing slowly. So what there was an NGO, and they started to make some interaction with the government that they should not allow this kind of streets with big hotels. What they did is to allow stakeholders to have to show their opinion, but also what he did, that was to say the chair of this NGO, he involved the people from the hotels, and in such a way that he made clear to them that those hotels on the backyard now would give lower prices for the rooms.
Oh.
Yeah, so the ones in the front, of course, would be premium, but the others would have a lower income. So at the end, they would not gain anything because they still have to repair those old houses. So that also gives a higher cost at the end for the community. And he could convince them in such a way that they even at the end, the real stakeholders who had an interest in the hotels, they told to the local authorities, we should not do it anymore because we will lose money at the end because of all the repair that we have to do and the investments that we will not really get back anymore. So what you should do is not directly involve the government. You have to involve the intermediate stages of stakeholders. So you have to ask the public opinion, would they like more concrete on the beach or to have a nice access in the green territory near the beach? That's one part of the game. And the second part of the game is convince those who are the investors in those big buildings that they will lose at the end money. Yeah.
So this is
So,
great.
and then you can go, because they will go to the government, and you need not to do anymore. And you can join them, the party, so to say, all together. The public, you, and those investors. They go together. So there's a quite positive story. They were really successful, and there in Fuerteventura, they have now an excellent beach. I've been visiting at this. It's really green, all kinds of birds. The biodiversity is increasing over there, and all the guests still pay a lot of money to be there in the sun. To be there in the sun, not just in Indonesia, they go of course to the beach. But so you can combine all those forces. I would go for this. Take care. There's always there are intermediate steps to be made.
But the problem when the government is already sharing everything with investors.
Yeah,
then
of course. But
it's the prominence, and you cannot ever.
You have to reach out to those investors also. And of course, we have seen also in Romania that is also a big mafia ongoing between the investors and the government. That's still a difficult issue, and they just position a hotel exactly on the beach, even on top of a road. So that happens also in Constanza. We have seen this. So that takes more time.
Yes.
Yeah, in some countries it takes more time, and there's more. Let's be frank.
We have a last question before the lunch. Another southerner, Christopher Van.
Yeah, Sarah, there should be, a kind of equilibrium in the sedimentary regime, you see, and practically what you see, that the sea is coming into the city. That means that this equilibrium in the sediments, it becomes, negative for the coast of Alexandria. Then how this can be restored? I mean, somehow, you lost, sediments from somewhere. There were sediments coming in, all right? Because there is a continuous corrosion, from the sea. And now this is gone, and you need, to find something else, because otherwise, in order to build, the green zone, you will need, tons of sediments to be probably, carried out there from the desert or whatever else.
This is totally correct, yes, because even the buildings on the coast are preventing the sediments or the wind to come with the sediments and put it again on the coast and then rebuild the coast. And we have also another problem that in the western part of the north coast, there are a lot of another projects, mega projects, which are not only Egyptian, but also it's for Emirates, Qatar, where they want to build another Dubai in Egypt. So these kind of projects are also affecting the sediments movement. And eventually all of this is affecting the sediments that going into Suez Canal, and it's causing the blockage of the Suez Canal. So at least in such very, very highly density populated city like Alexandria, or 6 million living along on a 60 kilometers city along, so it's really very condensed. But at least we need to find small green gaps for people to see the sea. But of course, this kind of the issue of sediments is really crucial, and we have to do a further research about it. So yeah, thank you. It's great.
Thanks again. And we are welcome to take lunch, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really sorry about that name. I eventually, how come I go on side? Yeah. And we talk about it. Oh yeah, absolutely. It was very good. We have the material Sopot host as well. Very interesting. In Finland, they have a rocks. And here in the Lithuanian Poland, we have sausage. Here, all those yeah, so I really like this. Take a look. And they shot it. Yeah, so I export. No, I export.
Some kind of preliminary project of But if you say that there are plans and there are already other yeah, I can imagine you could have created German and the Dutch. That's what it is.
But they use it.
Tak, nie zgadza się Dobra, też tutaj pomiędzy dwoma grupami. Tak,
I don't carry your energy, but
weź tak coś. Cześć, cześć, Paweł trzeba. Nie, no ten... Robię też właśnie, jeszcze właśnie nie biorę. Teraz, no.
I'm not talking about this all the time. You know, but it's for the
underwater.
they don't do the other. It's not the kind of okay.
It could be Valencia is no so I'm gonna learn, you know, yesterday for it's for rain, but
Yeah, but we didn't get the before. This flag.
But it's also about
many persons, you know, even
No, but the people, I mean, but it was collapsed the city.
because
And
of
so
course
from there.
collapsed the city, you know, last year because of the power loss. Remember?
But so.
yeah, the woman
But I mean, they are.
Lunch or somewhere
Yeah,
outside.
if I start, my neighbor that was driving.
the woman
Everything was collapsed, the people in the, nothing happened, at the Gdańsk.
Civilians cannot be flooded anymore because they have, you know, the big tower. So the extra water goes there.
Yeah, but in the where I live, the video went out. Yeah, it's like use this concrete and like this, and then when it's a lot of big rain,
So then
Nou, dat was bij 3 keer. Nou, dat is een beetje.
Here, when, okay.
Yeah, not to have
For
picture.
Marina, Sarah.
Dear colleagues, we're going to try to start again. And that will be difficult because this was an excellent lunch. Thank you, organizers, for organizing such a good lunch. So I hope you do not fall asleep. And since it can happen after such a good meal. So we moved from some other sessions, now we move into another new session, and Sabine already indicated what the main topics are, that are the opportunities and new uses. How do we see those issues? So the first speaker will be Sabine Cochrane. She's from Aquaplan Niva in Tromsø in Norway. And a bit limping, not a bit, but it's okay. She will do her speech on seeds of opportunities and new uses. Then for the art. The floor is yours, Sabine.
Thank you very much, Harold. Is that on? Yes.
Yeah, we hear you. Do you want a chair, Sabine?
You
yeah, a chair. No, you want a chair.
No, you are the chair.
Yes, I. You are not going to sit on me, sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm really, thanks for the introduction, very nice. I'm really honoured to be here today. I'm coming from Northern Norway, and I'm going to answer a topic that has been given to us by Marcin on seas of opportunity and new uses, if you like. So, I did want to acknowledge various discussions, fun discussions, and a lot of discussions with quite many people in this room as well over several decades of my career. So I'm very grateful for those. So, Marcin asked to address a few topics here. The main theme is goods and services of marine ecosystems. And this is a topic that's been coming up all the last decades, but it's very much what we get from marine ecosystems. And my colleague Nina asked ChatGPT on the topic. I asked humans in ecosystems, not reaping from ecosystems. And this is what ChatGPT turned up with. Just note where the humans are. And we talked about this earlier. Somebody mentioned, do we always see ourselves as somehow being apart from the ecosystems? So I'll touch on just a few topics. There are very many topics about what we use marine ecosystems for, what we get out of them, but I'll just keep to the ones that Marcin has given us. Just a few. Again, this is ChatGPT on marine ecosystems, human using marine ecosystems. On the other hand, that kind of says it all, I think. So, getting back to this, goods and services from marine ecosystems. And I really love thinking about us being in ecosystems, because we are gaining services, but there's not a single organism in the ecosystem that isn't also gaining a service. Everybody's eating somebody or using something. So again, let's not just distance ourselves so much from ecosystems. Let's think of ourselves as being part of this. But anyway, again, from a human perspective, we get these essentials, food. Most other organisms get food as well. And there's various products. Sarah was talking, no, not Sarah, somebody else was talking about making buildings out of algae. This is products, if you like. And there are some other perspectives, like recreation, we've covered this, and spiritual experiences, And art, of course, we'll come back to that again. But really, we're not the overall orchestra director, as I say. We are in the ecosystems and not just as beneficiaries. There are other factors, climatic factors, that also influence. And I keep coming back to the serenity prayer about changing the things you can and accepting the things you can't. And some factors we can control and others we cannot. So, okay, we're asked to talk about ecosystem valuation. What is a value? What does it mean to you? Obviously, direct money, fisheries and everything, commodities, fishing routes, oil and gas facilities, offshore wind and wave energy, tourism. I'll come back to tourism in a big way. Other assets, you know, we're researchers. We get our careers. We develop our careers from marine biodiversity. And of course, art and design, which we've seen very well this last before lunch. And this sense of self. And in some of the rural places in northern Norway that Herman and I have been to, they use the expressions like, I belong here. And the Sami people say, we only settled here in prehistoric times because of the sea. Without the sea, we have nothing. This one's for you, Sarah. This is the institute where I'm working, the Fram Center, and it's supposed to represent a big ship in the pack ice. So again, architecture being inspired by what we're supposed to be researching. So again, environments, what we get from them and what we do to them. Even we're all being children in the pre-digital age where we know that we put something in the piggy bank to get it out. And in fact, that's kind of what we do almost in reverse order. You know, we take things out and we put things in. This is from the Oslo Fjord, not that long ago. It was before a big cleanup action. It's a dump. We remove minerals. This is deep sea mining. We're taking something out. And there's a lot of waste matter that goes in. So again, another thing that is a big export product is ecotourism, especially on places like Svalbard and where the nature is the selling point of the whole thing. But then what about all the emissions of these ships? Herman's already talked about part of this project is from Marberthus, and we've been looking at these locations here. So Svalbard and Oceanology. In a nutshell, Svalbard has changed immensely from a mining settlements in the early part of the 1900s, and now it's major tourism and recreation, adventure, and research. Oceanology pretty much carries on as before. Not very much changes there. It's second, third, fourth generation inhabitants. So back to, again, the topics we've been asked about fisheries. This is taken from the Norwegian Fisheries Directorate. So the darker the blue, the more activity. This is an average for 1 year. So you can see a lot of activity going on all along the Norwegian shelf, and in the Barents Sea here is mostly the invasive snow crab, and there's shrimp fisheries and cod fisheries and what have you. One of the conflicts, especially in the northern part in this Oceanology area, is that the revenue, the money, is not always following the jobs, or rather, the revenue doesn't always follow the biomass. So they're complaining to us, our stakeholders, that they're coming big ships in their factory ships, taking away a lot of biomass and going away. The revenue from that is not reaching the local communities. Whereas there's the artisanal fishing fleet, which is mostly family run, and they are competing with these ships. So that's a source of revenue, tradition, but it's also a source of conflicts. Aquaculture is a major export product or a major industry in Norway, and especially in northern Norway as well. This your traditional cages, you see these in almost every fjord and every sound now. They are producing mostly Atlantic salmon. There are some attempts for other species, but these are all salmon cages. And now there's obviously what you put in some biomass, you make the biomass bigger by feeding it, and you deposit the excrement, the feces, on the bottom, which can cause a number of problems. The idea as well is, okay, let's move this aquaculture offshore. These ships here, just to give you a scale, these ships here are over 100-meter supply ships. So this is huge, it's massive, it can be sunk down, it's semi-submersible. And there's it's mostly autonomous, it's steered from land, but there are some offices and accommodation units there as well. So this is supposed to be the future of the Norwegian aquaculture industry. Yeah, again, fishermen don't like this because these things, they encroach on the fishing grounds. If you ask, this is what it looks like at night. If you've got this right outside your window, not everybody likes that. Some do, actually. I've asked some of our local community, especially the older people who are sitting by their windows and quite nice. Oh yes, here comes the new, here comes the well boat, and here's this. They find it's a source of entertainment in a way. However, it's not all bad, because this is our local community. Herman has visited me, so it's quite rural here, not very many buildings. We actually have the biggest grass football pitch in one of them in almost northern Norway. It's attracting a huge big competition. People are coming from a long way. Lerøy is the producer of these salmons, and you can see they're sponsoring the football team. And we have a swimming pool, even in our place. It's filled courtesy of Lerøy. So Lerøy, they are really putting support into the local communities. So I'll just go on. Mining. Now, I put that picture there, not just because of any funny, but for the mining, especially coastal minings, there's a lot of minerals that are being used for all sorts of wonderful applications that we just completely take for granted. Your nice shiny bathroom porcelain is due to a lot of the minerals that are being extracted. I didn't know this until recently. There's obviously batteries and all sorts of products, electronics that are coming from there. But of course, you take something out and you put something back in again. There's a lot of these mine tailings that are receiving a lot of negative publicity because of pretty much dusting down the bottom of fjord systems and covering, swamping, and there's been a lot of national coverage about these kind of things, but it's absolutely killing the seafloor. So then what do you do with this stuff? We all want batteries, we want minerals, we want shiny bathroom furnishings. You've got to put it somewhere. So then there was an attempt to put it on, oh yeah, let's make big mountains on land then. But then every time there's a storm, people are complaining that the washing that's hanging on the line is getting covered. So the problem is that you've got this waste, what do you do with it? Probably if you're going to, one of the things of the future is reusing it, reusing these resources instead of destroying them or disposing of them, and also trying to find creative ways to use the waste products. This is causing a huge debate in Norway. This is for these deep water, deep sea mining, extraction of, for example, manganese nodules, which are taking millions of years to develop, and then you hoover them up and make your batteries to support the electric car park in Norway, which is probably Europe's highest proportion of electric cars on the roads in Norway. But we've run out of minerals on land. We need more. So, yahoo, let's go to the deep sea and take this. This is the green shift, they call it. So, I have to move on a little bit here. Tourism in Svalbard is definitely, this is biodiversity that's driving. People want to see whales, they want to see glaciers, they want to see all sorts of things. In Porsanger, its major export is the Atlantic salmon. Martin just inspired me to say this. Between 1996, there was 25,000 tourists who were registered coming. And within not so very many years, we have about 125,000. This is a lot of tourism. It's a love-hate relationship. This is one of the smaller cruise ships. But again, like Martin was saying, you don't get it. You're looking at the nature out from a window. This ship was present when Herman and I went there. And Herman will remember I sat on the side of the road and cried because the Longyearbyen, this small place, had suddenly 3,000 people all wanting to experience this cute little community. They want to ban these things. And instead looking for small-scale adventure tourism. These kind of things, you're nodding there. And even this kind of thing. So it's quite funny, you see these paddlers right beside a cruise ship. This is again marine biodiversity selling. Herman will know this. We booked ourselves a little trip, and as a marketing, it says, oh, maybe we'll see some walrus. Yes. Biodiversity is selling trips.
Sorry, is it diversity or charismatic species?
Charismatic species, which of course are a part of the biodiversity. But yes, charismatic species. Nobody goes to visit polychaetes. So just to finish off again, I don't really want to talk too much about MPAs, but in Norway, Norway has pledged 30% of sea area to be protected within the next decades. So again, how to protect, how to use sustainability is the key here. And I think I'm just going to finish with this question of, we have to decide again what to protect, how to protect, and at the end of the day, what is a good biodiversity? So, thank you. This is ecosystem services serving me, but maybe we're working on it a little bit.
Okay, then, thank you.
Thank you.
There's a space for one or two questions. Someone has a question on this. Erik.
Yeah, thanks, Sabine. I'm sorry for the interruption about diversity, and I don't know if it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so thank you for showing us so clearly that there are conflicts. And you were saying at the onset of your presentation that we need to look at ourselves not as something else than parts of the ecosystem, but what you in fact were seeing that we are distancing ourselves even faster than before. We go there, but we only take. And isn't this the big challenge really for us? How to train society to show some respect?
Yes.
For nature, I mean.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Another question? If someone wants. If not, then we move further. Thank you, Sabine, for your presentation on the north. And then we move completely to the south of Europe. The Mediterranean, also new uses and opportunities for use, and the ecosystem services. That will be told by Christos Avranitidis. Christos is the CEO of LifeWatch. Has a lot to do with biodiversity and making inventories on the biodiversity on all the Earth, I would say, with an emphasis on Europe, I suppose. I suppose you will get your microphone over there, Christos.
Thanks, Herman. Indeed, I'm a Southerner. I'm a Greek guy. I was serving the Hellenic Center of Marine Research for a quarter of a century. Then I decided to change my life and I went to Seville, which is also southern, in order to serve live oceanic. And I hope that in a year and a half, I will find my way, back to Crete or whatever, the adventure brings in. I'd like to give you, a presentation that provides, some results of the big changes happened in the Mediterranean Sea. And these changes have been caused both by the climate, but also by the humans. And through that presentation, maybe we can get, some clues on which direction we need, to go in the future. But before that, we need to know or think about, what do we want to do with a sea like this. So, yeah, fantastic. So that's the previous slide. I can't see. No, that's the next one, right? No?
Yeah, this next one.
Okay, fantastic. So the cross-cutting word here is the crossroads. And this is what the Mediterranean is. It has been proved, in the history. This sea actually has been a cultural and ecological mosaic where languages, religions, and civilizations have been interacting there for millennia. Okay, and you can see, some of the very early civilizations there. My colleague Yolanda Kuluri was talking about the Minoans, but of course after that it was the Mycenaeans and Phoenicians and Hittites, etc., etc. Now, in the next quite old picture, you will see, the nature of the sea, which is a semi-enclosed sea. But the people, the humans, are thinking of the sea like something that puts distance between the places and between the people. But if you think, the other way around, like a marine biologist or an oceanographer, this is pretty much, acting like a bridge. And this bridge connects three continents, Europe and Africa and Asia. It has a historical significance through trade, science, and culture. And in the modern times, it has been a crossroads of environmental change. Allow me to show this quite old picture where you can see how enclosed is this sea. And that's actually an advantage for this sea because we can run models and we can see, how the system can behave, but also, of course, because there are some places with high levels of pollution. Now, since this is done in 1865, it doesn't have here the Suez Canal because it hadn't started. Or maybe it had started, but it was not, done then by that time. So the communication of this sea with the Red Sea and the Indo-Pacific Ocean, right here, it happened only in the last couple of centuries, and that's very important. Whereas this one, which is almost a very small one, a very small passage in the Gibraltar, this exists, for quite a while. But it's too small to allow, a major renewal of the Mediterranean waters. Now, allow me to go through a few, let's say, sections. The first of which is the transformation in structure and function of the Mediterranean ecosystems. And I will focus first on the climate change that is warming the waters and that the human pressures are on the top of that, and they have altered circulation patterns, productivity, and species composition. Even when things happen in the atmosphere, they have, the power to transform, changes on the surface of the water. And if they do that, and if they are, robust enough, then there are changes starting, in the function of the water column and in the sediments, and that goes, all the way and alters the structure and the function of the ecosystem. Now, keep these faster warming rates because you're going to see another picture later on, compared to the global averages and changes in salinity and oxygen, sometimes in oxygen levels and trophic networks. These changes are happening faster in the Mediterranean than probably in any other place of the world. Actually, for the temperature, I think that the place that is getting warm, more rapidly than any other place in the world is the Gulf of Maine. Increasing human uses. It's a closed system. So we have the coastal development, the resource over-harvesting, the pollution and eutrophication, and invasive species. I'll bring some few only examples here in order to make it more understandable. And then it is a small system, it is a closed system, semi-closed, and that exemplifies the global ocean trends on a smaller scale, but the timing is more intense. So things are happening in the Mediterranean more rapidly, and we should better look what's going on in there in order to have an idea what's going to happen, for example, in the northern places as well. So here is just a small graph that shows the frequency of anomalies in the temperature. You see this is the global trend, and this is the Mediterranean trend. And it shows, first of all, that everything happens at a higher scale here, but it happens also more rapidly. Here is something that shows how the temperature, what is the regime of the temperature, and we have a trend that comes, from southeast, and it goes all the way, to northwest. And we go, from very hot waters right here and more saline all the way, to less warm waters. But this push, the northern push of the more warm waters is continuing. And if we compare, this regime with the number of invasive species, the number of the species that came from in the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal, we have, the same trend in there. And that's fantastic, actually, because it gives us, an idea of how we can model other parts of the world when these things, are happening at smaller rates. Then we have, this northward shift, as I showed, in the previous graph. We have productivity changes. Sometimes the productivity goes down. Sometimes the productivity goes up, and it all depends on the local conditions. And increased salinity, and that happens especially on the eastern part of the Mediterranean, because we have higher rates of evaporation, but also we have lower input of cold waters, for example, from the Nile River, etc. And then we have changes and alterations in species composition, but also in ecosystems, for example, invasive taxa, habitat loss and pollution. For example, we have lost on the eastern Mediterranean a lot of habitats that are formed by taxa, which are living on the sea, in the area between the sea and the land. And these habitats, for example, the Dropoma trottoirs, they are very important, to protect the sea, as important as the sand dunes, for example. And of course, the combined pressures and the human activities are leading to widespread effects on marine ecosystems. And we have, big changes that we've never thought in the past that they would take place in our system, even within, my lifetime. Okay, and I will come back to this, in a minute, because we have, some pictures from publications that they show, very abrupt changes there. Now, human pressures, as I said, pollution, over-harvesting of resources, and coastal development. These are the three main let's say, drivers of change in the species composition, in the function, and also in the communities. The section migration, this is the invasive species that are coming through the Suez Canal. We have, several species entered in the Mediterranean, which can and are already changing the structure and the function. For example, the cygonids, the caulerpa, which replaced, in many cases, replaced, the local seagrasses. For example, in Crete, we had, a big change, and then it almost disappeared. This plant, the marine plant, but because it was, eaten by this gum species, and then the Lagocephalus and also the Chrysophyceae. I will provide, some examples pretty soon. Severe biodiversity change in food web configuration and economic implications. When the fishery is changing so much that becomes, 80% different in the species that they arrive, in the market, that has, some big implications, especially, in countries like Israel and Egypt, for example. And there's the challenge, the ecosystem resilience and adaptability, and what might be, the implications for the ecosystem services. And I think that Sabine has already covered this quite nicely in her talk. Now, here is something we witnessed in our area probably 20 years ago. Okay, these plants. The Chrysophyceae, actually, they're Phyceae. They come and they cover large swathes of, especially of the rocky substrate, of the solid substrate, and they kill everything that exists, on the rock, including, the normal, the native species of the marine plants, and they suffocate. Those they cannot breathe, they cannot flourish, they cannot produce anything, and then after a few years the whole rock, it becomes barren, it becomes dead, and therefore the productivity goes down, and then it changes the ecosystem a lot. This is from a recent research where Carlo Bianchi and his collaborations, they took pictures from the Kos Island 20 years or 30 years ago. And this was the picture, and then after, and this was the picture which shows, severely impoverished habitats. For example, instead of having, the mollusk here, we have, the cygonids, we have even invasive species on the barren rock, and then the rocks, they don't have, any canopy. I'll come back to this in a minute. This is another example. As I said, on the Mediterranean rock, we had, this canopy. This is Cystozeira, another Phyceae that is abundant in most of the places, but not any longer in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, where it has been suffocated by that Chrysophyceae, and down the rock, it looks like this and this. And not only that, but it is this covered by species, some of which are invasive species, and therefore the whole system changed. But imagine that this canopy used to be, the nursing area where the little fish are going, and they're fed while they're small, because they find protection, they find, food, etc., etc. And then these species and these populations are enriching actually the fishery down below in the sea. But it's not any longer the case, and therefore the fishery becomes impoverished, and not only that, it is being replaced by other species which are not known to the audience, so they don't know actually how to eat them. Infrastructures like Gdańsk can help up to a certain degree to face actually those changes. For example, we have developed quite a lot of infrastructure in terms of tools and services on the cloud we develop, but we develop them with the collaboration of the scientists and sometimes, as it is the case in MARBEFES, in collaboration with the stakeholders as well. For example, here is the ARMS, which is an experimental sampler. We deploy this in the sea, and then we recover it after a few months, etc., etc. And then what we do is that we take results from two different sources of information. Conventional community analysis, like taking pictures, identifying, the species, and then going to the analysis, and then metabarcoding, scraping all the stuff, and then making a soup, and then screening it genetically, and then try to find out, what taxa are there. So what we do is that we put, the scientists on one side of the table to tell us what kind of steps we have in the analysis, and on the other side, the engineers to give us, those web services, those tools that they can be connected on the web in order to help the scientists to run the analysis with one click. And the kind of tools we develop, they look like this. It's quite, abstractive, but each of those rectangles you see, it represents, one or more services, one or more steps in the analysis. Here are the data, here are several steps, and at the end, they collect the results of their study. So by doing so, we can accelerate actually the rate at which the scientists can make, predictions, or they can analyze their data and can get, trends. They can get, some idea on which of the drivers are responsible for the changes they observe in the marine environment. This is about the ecosystem services, but also new opportunities with the new changes and the new landscape, no matter how it looks like. For example, we have changes that affect ecosystem services from food provision, to coastal protection and climate regulation, etc. But there are new uses and opportunities. For example, we have marine protected areas, but these areas are investment of natural capital. We have digital monitoring and virtual research environments, and lately we have the digital twins, for example, that are tools for continuous monitoring of the environments. And that's also something to invest. And then the blue economy, and the blue economy are those four sectors that our colleague Sabine started her talk with, the minerals, the food, etc., etc. So there is, an opportunity there as well, and it really depends on the decisions we're going to take in the next years. And then we regard Mediterranean as a testbed for adaptation. We can definitely try at the local scale a few, let's say, ways for mitigating the results of the changes, of the severe changes, and see where it is possible, for those to work or not, and then suggest, things to the other seas as well. The rest of the talk is about changes in the Israeli traditional fisheries, for example, the intensification and overfishing, the increase in the discards. The discards is that when you're trawling an area, and then you get your catch, the fish catch, then you get what is going to the market, and then you throw away what is not, edible, and therefore it's regarded, like a garbage. And because the fishery was changing rapidly, they had, a huge increase in the discard. And the rising of the recreational fishing as a consequence of the tourism, and in some of our islands in the Aegean Sea, the catch from the recreational fishers are 2 times or 3 times more than the catch from the local coastal fishermen. And that's a severe threat, actually. The rise of the aquaculture, because when the fish becomes just a little, then the price goes up, and then the gap needs to be covered by the aquaculture to meet the demand. And there are future challenges for mariculture and the technology as well. Now, I will skip this and I will come, to the forward-looking scope. And I think that overall, the Mediterranean has been a sea of exchange, of goods and benefits and ideas and culture. But today, it must also become a sea of shared responsibility and innovation, because without these, the sea won't make it. It will be destroyed. And if we start, like this from the Mediterranean, this destruction will come, to other seas, no matter, if it is an ocean or not, as the changes from the nature and from the humans increase, so the destruction will increase, the environment. So we better, start to be in the system, look ourselves, that how much we depend on the sea and oceanic systems, and try, to make the good decisions in order to maintain this in the future. Thank you so much.
So this was a very nice lecture. Clear that such an enclosed system is quite sensitive to changes, and that you have to be very careful, come to new users, and to use the challenge or the opportunities that are there. So for pity, we ran out of time a little bit, so the questions have to come in the next break. And we move to another enclosed territory, and we may see if there are the same challenges. And that's then the Baltic, and that will be done by Erik Bonsdorf. Erik is emerit from Abe University, and he will help us to be more informed on the Baltic, as he could do always already for many, many years.
I will help to make you informed. That's a good start.
On the new uses and the opportunities. Yeah, and I hope they are less sensitive than in the Mediterranean, but maybe they are even more sensitive.
New uses and opportunities, that's questionable.
Thank you.
Next slide. And is there a point? Pointer is on the thing.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Herman, for your introduction, and thanks to the previous two speakers, because thanks to them I could just stand here for 20 minutes and say Baltic every now and then. In particular, what you said, Christos, is very much valid for the Baltic as well. One term I have been lacking or missing so far during the day, we've been talking about adaptation, which is a passive process. And resilience, in other words, how much can we stretch a rubber band before it breaks? We haven't talked about transformation. I think, in fact, what is needed is transforming the way we treat our seas in advance, so to say, rather than adapting to, oh shit, it happened already, let's see what we can do. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to try to talk a little bit about some peculiarities, characteristics of the Baltic Sea, mention some threats and maybe some opportunities, but more than anything, I will try to raise my horizon a little bit above the individual problems. Now, as I said, I'm now a retired professor in marine biology. For the past 45 years or so, I've been dealing with, among other things, environmental issues in the Baltic Sea system. And the view up there, that's from my balcony where I live in my retirement days. Now let's see. So the point, what we've been hearing, can you remove the hand from the picture? I think there is a hand in your, because I'm running from PDFs. Doesn't really matter. So what we've heard today is that there are dark clouds above any sea. It's rainy and it's gloomy. This is taken from from my summer cottage, where this is what I see when I go up in the morning. And the question is, will we have a silver lining if we do things, or if we transform our behavior? But before we do this, we need to, regardless where we are, we need to look at things on a much grander scale. And quite recently, there was an interesting report called Planetary Health Check, where they looked at several indicators to see how they are in relation to the planetary boundary, in other words, carrying capacity of the global ecosystem as such. And you can see that for just about anything that they are looking at, we are already beyond the boundary levels. Unfortunately, these people do not look at the whole oceans. They look at other things, but there are some things which are relevant to us. Ocean acidification, which is now beyond what it has been normal.
you can see climate change is going rapidly in the wrong direction on a global scale. So it's not just a matter of the Mediterranean or the Arctic Sea or the Baltic Sea. It's a global problem. Even if President Trump says that there is no such thing, believe me, there is. And then ecological, biological integrity, in other words, the functionality of biodiversity, that's also going down the drain, you could say. Now, what happens when things go down the drain? Quite recently, there was another report on tipping points on a global level. This just came out quite recently. And what is a tipping point? Well, if you have a system which is in some kind of a steady state, it goes back and forth. There is always a variability and variation going on. But if you push things too far, all of a sudden they come across a threshold and fall into another state, where they again will oscillate. And the problem is that more often than not, it takes much more energy to put things back than tipping them above a threshold. And as you will see soon, there is no such thing as a return ticket in succession. So you can get back something which might look fairly similar, but is still not the same. And here, where the global analysis on health showed less marine examples, these have looked at aquatic things in relation to temperature. Coral reefs are already going down the drain. Glaciers and glacial systems in the Arctic and Antarctic. And also there is a risk for these current systems in the northeast of East Atlantic. In other words, what's keeping us warm and nice in November in Sopot might in a few decades be quite a different matter if this system were to flip. I was one of those who believed that this could never happen because the ocean current system, when it transports heat around the planet, it takes up to 1,500 years for the same amount of water to get back. But then the marine environment, the global ocean, has a very long memory. It has memory which is much longer and stronger than an elephant. So when it hits back, when shit hits the fan, which it eventually will, we will be in dire waters, seriously. So this is now the background. So what about the Baltic then? Well, the Baltic Sea, as we know, is a small landlocked sea with many political systems around it, 85 million people impacting the sea on a daily basis somehow. It's small, it's less than 1% of the global ocean, and it's very shallow. So it also, just as the Mediterranean, can be fairly easily modeled and studied as a model for outside seas. It's also still kind of suffering from a post-glacial trauma, you could say. It's only 10,000 years ago that this place was covered by a few kilometers of ice. So when this system has bounced back, organisms have invaded, and we have a salinity gradient, more or less fresh water here and fully marine here. So the system looks very different in different parts of the Baltic. It's not one and the same, so to say. And when you summarize human impact and what's here, you get a so-called heat map. In other words, how does the ecosystem do? How is the ecology of the Baltic Sea doing? And it stands to reason that the more red, the higher the fever, you could say. And if it's green, then you're doing relatively okay. And you can see that almost the whole Baltic Sea is not doing so well from an ecological perspective. Partly, or in large part, because humans are greedy and they consume. Our time perspective is quite different from that of the ocean. So in order to be able to do anything at all, I think we need to know the past. We really need, and we heard some really nice examples on how people depicted their catches in the Mediterranean 3,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, and then we can compare to that. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to look really far back. And here we're fortunate enough to know approximately when the last glaciation ended, when the whole place was just ice and no sea. So roughly 10,000 years ago. And then what happened was that we have had a post-glacial succession with an increasing or at least changing diversity for the past 8,000 or 9,000 years. And human impact was beginning to get serious a few centuries ago. We know that from sediment records, for instance. But detecting of change came much later. It's only a few decades ago that society acknowledged the fact that this thing was not going well in the Baltic or in other places. And today we are discussing here, how should we mitigate this? How should we govern the sea? We are doing this today, and politicians, what do? Well, they want an answer so that they think that they can have it fixed by tomorrow, because tomorrow might be the next election. The point is that we have to wait at least as long as the negative effect is there to see whether or not a measure will be effective. And by the time the measures maybe have an effect, the system may look quite different simply because of ecological evolution. I'm not talking about genetic evolution, but the ecosystem succession and evolution. And we don't know where it goes. We don't know what the system wants to look like, because it doesn't have a goal. It just evolves, just as like organisms do. And so by the time we feel that we should be able to see positive or other effects, maybe climate has changed totally. Maybe the North Atlantic currents have flipped. Maybe the picture looks like this in this part again. I can only add a question mark there. So what I'm trying to say is that we really do need to have a long-term perspective. And when I say long-term, I mean on an evolutionary scale. And it's time that we actually train society to realize that it's not about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It's about a few millennia ago, now, and maybe a few millennia from now. So I think without solid science, I'm a scientist, but I love culture and nature and so on. But without science in this case, there can only be poor management. So can science, policy and management and art, as we've heard today, can we truly and genuinely interact for the management and governance for an ecosystem, for the benefit of the marine environment? Because only if the environment is in a good state, then we can benefit from it. And so what is a good Baltic Sea or a good Mediterranean or good whatever? Who defines that? And how long will it take us to get there? Again, think of the previous picture. And when do we know enough to propose measures? Scientists tend to say that, oh, if I can only get one more 4-year grant, then my students will have a solution to your problem. Whereas we as responsible scientists, ethically thinking individuals, need to say, okay, this is what I know today. This is my best advice today. I may be wrong. So ask me again tomorrow, but this is what I would do now. Scientists are really bad at doing that. And then a very important question, can science be trusted? In today's world, anybody's opinion seems to be equal to my expert judgment. You know, you can go in on Facebook and I say something about this and 10,000 people might say to me. And so they are right. Donald Trump doesn't believe me. And when they don't believe me, well, then nothing happens. So having scientifically solid argumentation is our best tool. And then the question about, Christos just mentioned technology, manipulations and engineering. Can we fix problems with engineering? Maybe, but please keep in mind that there are 3 kinds of people who have destroyed the environment. Those with money, those with chemistry, and those with technology. They have caused the problem. So it's about bloody time that they fix the problem. We shouldn't kind of beg on our knees that come and help us, please, with your technology. We should be able to demand this. Now I'm really radical here. So the question is, can a sea be managed? Can we manage such a huge entity as a sea? We can manage a harbor. We can do something about Alexandria, maybe. But can we manage the whole coastline of the Mediterranean, for instance? I doubt it. So one of the things that we need to accept that nature is changing on many scales. In this case, my Baltic coast archipelago. But I do not accept the negative changes that come with anthropogenic stress. And these are sometimes very hard for people to distinguish. So decision support for the Baltic is quite simple, really. If I would be on the space station, I can see from 500 kilometers up the algal blooms, then And if I can see a clear blue sea, then that's nice. if I sail, Nina showed this already, this picture, if this is where I sail, then my local community will not attract tourists. But if it looks like this, then maybe I do. Maybe I can actually bring in some money to the local environment. If the local coral reefs, the algal belts look like this, overgrown by filamentous algae and with almost no fauna in them, or if the soft sediments are covered with sulfur bacteria, then I know it's not good. But if they look a little different, then I know it's good. So it's actually quite simple, telling decision makers what we want. And this is actually where I think art plays a very big role. I've been looking at the posters here, and it's great. So biodiversity was mentioned. It's under extremely severe stress. This is from Helsinki Commission. If it's red, it's bad. If it's green, it's semi-okay. And this is percentage of the surface or the volume surface area of the Baltic Sea. And you can see that there is very little to be proud about. Eutrophication, for one thing, covers 100% of the Baltic Sea. Climate is not even included here. Hazardous substances are still considered dire and bad in over 60% of the whole sea, and so on. So we are facing extremely large problems if what we want is a good ecological state. I'm just stating the fact. I'm not giving any value. So, and this is a graph I like, but I will not go into any details. But the ICES came up with a really interesting ecosystem overview for the Baltic Sea last year, where they look at human interests. What are we doing? What is going up and down in fisheries? What is the role of eutrophication? What happens in food webs and in plankton? What does climate do? For instance, much less sea ice in the winter time than it was just 30 years ago or so, which changes the ball game, as we heard from Svalbard earlier, quite dramatically. The interesting thing is that if we then look at human use of this, then tourism has been mentioned. It's been estimated that tourism brings in about 34 billion euro per year in this region. That's a significant amount of money. But due to the fact that the ecosystem is not in good shape, tourism is losing about 10 billion, 9 billion per year. In other words, somewhere between 25 and 30% of the money goes down the drain. So, and that's very, very much money that could be gained. This should appeal to those who manage the sea. So there are, I think, money can be a driving force. And Christos was telling us a little bit about, I have a couple of slides still. Yeah, he went a couple of minutes over. So we were looking at what's happened over a long time, and nutrient inputs were extremely high and something had to be done. Goals were set and the nutrient inputs have come down, but they have since started growing again. But we could see that telling them this is where we want to go led somewhere. Giving some other incentives has brought back the charismatic top predators. So things can be done. And in this sense, we have compared the Baltic with many other coastal seas, and these are stress factors. They are red or yellow in the Baltic, and they are bad here and there. The Barents Sea has been quite okay. But if we compare the same seas to various management options or data availability, then the Baltic stands out as a place where we actually know things quite well. So combining the red and yellow here with the green there is actually what has led to the fact that some things have improved. So what we are saying is, just as Christos said, that experience from poorly managed system where management is gradually improving can actually help other sea areas as well. So climate change would be my last thing here. This is a cartoon, but still we get much more rain, much more fresh water, severe heat waves, food web changes that are really dramatic. Last summer was the worst anoxic hypoxic period ever on record in the Baltic Sea, even if this problem has been acknowledged for 50 years by now. So climate change will fall on top of all the other problems I mentioned, and it's not just will fall, it has already fallen on top of things. And this is why I'm not favoring adaptation, but rather transformation of how we live with the sea. And so my final thing here is that, so that when we have this coastal interface system, we have the European seas, we have whatever this happens to be, my backyard could be something else. Politicians and decision makers tend to stick to these two. They go to Brussels, they talk about money and they talk about 4-year periods because that's what they're elected for. Whereas scientists need to cover everything. Now, luckily, art comes in this part as well, as we can see around the walls here. So science is no longer alone in communicating these things. And I think that's really a good lesson learned here today. So when we communicate with society, they kind of demand we know it all. I think there are 2 take-home messages here. There is no return ticket in ecological succession. Ecosystems go somewhere. We just need to transform the way we behave in relation to it. And there are no quick fixes. There are no silver bullets to cure ecological problems. They need to be taken carefully and looked at upon over a long time and large scale. And I think it's important for us as scientists to kind of set the agenda, be proactive rather than reactive, and then let society respond to what we have to say. If we do that, then I think that when I go out on my summer cottage beach, the clouds may have disappeared somewhere on the other side of the Gulf of Finland, and I can take my morning swim and enjoy the sunshine. And with that, sorry for the 2 minutes extra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Erik. No questions indeed, no. So I suppose that the next speaker is already waiting to be connected. That will be an online lecture by Mark Costello. He is the godfather of big registration of all biodiversity globally. So he has made the systems for this and already 30 years ago almost. Wow. Yeah, worms, exactly like that. So that is a world register of marine species. And he is the one who has invented this together with some other colleagues of him. And if he is available, then he can start to speak. Is Mark there?
I don't see him
He's not
online.
there.
Yeah, there's any person who can contact with me somehow? Phone number or?
Well, then you can allow questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, we take first the question for Erik, is most fresh in the mind. So is there someone who has a question on the bottom? He's there? He's there. Yeah.
Here. When I was growing as a student at the university, we were taught the books of who was the great ecologist?
Odin?
Oh,
Odin.
Odin.
The brothers Odin. Yeah, the 2 brothers.
And he was talking about, setting back the ecosystems through the disturbance. So there is a ticket back, to the previous, let's say, state. But the previous state would be something, much worse, than the current state. I hope that this is what you meant.
That's exactly. I remember discussing this with another old guy, Jeff Levinson, once over a pool table in Florida, where we discussed the so-called disturbance hypothesis, where you disturb a system, where does it go? And it's nice and easy if you're a PhD student and discuss this on a theoretical level, and it's when you see it on a grand scale that it becomes scary. And I think both your example and mine show that we have left things, or they have gone out of hand. So very, very drastic measures are needed.
Yeah, a bit pessimistic it sounds, but I get the idea that in the Baltic you have more opportunities than Crystal showed.
Well, yeah, in a sense we do. Yeah. I think we have learned, or we have had all the bad experiences already, so it's about time that we turn them into something positive. They can actually be made into good lessons for others. I think it's important that with an audience like this, that we allow ourselves to be pessimistic as well. If you go to you have a problem with your liver because you drink too much wine, and if you go there, I go there, and they open me up and they stitch me up and send me home, and my wife would say, "Oh, you look just like before," that would be lying, right? Because the problems wouldn't have gone anywhere. And then we accept it when it's individual medicine, but when it's an ecosystem, we don't. And why is that? Why do we smile and be happy? Oh, it's only pollutants. Jesus, we are killing the sea.
I agree.
But I agree that we need to do something.
Exactly, yeah, and to use the opportunities to fill them in. Question over there. I will give my microphone.
What other water behind you?
Okay, thank you for the nice and very inspiring talk. And I would like that you will talk a little bit more about you propose transformation instead of adaptation to climate change and mitigation. Shouldn't we do everything?
Of course we should. Of course we should. Yeah. What I mean is that it's a little bit being a coward when you put your back against the wall and say, okay, I will adapt. I need actually to face the problem and walk in there and say, okay, what can I do? Right? If you would be a hostile audience, I could just stand there and please don't ask nasty questions, but I would have to come in here. And that's what I mean by transformation. We need to transform the way we look at nature. It could be technology, as we've heard. It could be anything. But I think it's also could be showing respect to, for instance, the coastline, since we're talking about coastal seas. I think Sarah's examples there from Alexandria. Even a stupid society planner will realize that, okay, let's build our houses a kilometer inland, and we can enjoy the sea just as well. So it's not even asking much, I think. And so one of the biggest problems with the climate change today is, in fact, the coastal lagoons all over the world. They are where you have culture, people, history, whatever, and they will be gone first. Alexandria is just one example. Venice is another. Tokyo, there's several. And it's unfortunate. I happen to live somewhere where land rises faster than sea level so far. And I live just by the water. I'm not afraid.
It is not one of the solutions also that we spend much more towards education next to us.
Yeah.
Who are now entering, so to say, and we are more combining this.
Yeah.
We should have also better educational.
I think what Christos and Sabine, but also Nina had today this the whole suite of terminology, which is an educational toolbox in itself.
Okay.
So I guess we're done.
No, you can continue. I understood that the connection is not ahead.
Okay, as long as it's not a matter of karaoke.
So if there's a question for the Mediterranean, then still that's also possible. Sergej.
I have one question for Mediterranean, one question which is common question. For Mediterranean, you mentioned several times invasive species. Do you see this as opportunity? Are they being used now? Like there is a new term I recently learned, is invasiorism. It's a movement to use invasive species if you cannot remove them, eat them. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sergej. Let me give you, a little bit of a framework. Okay. Suppose we didn't have, the Suez Canal. Okay, we wouldn't have, the invasive species from the Indo-Pacific, which are damaging quite a lot the thing. But if we had that, we would have, higher rates. This is a sinful for Bela Galil, but I have to say this. Luckily, this is not in the same room.
Bela Galil,
we would have
an alien colleague.
We would have, higher rates of evaporation, higher rates of temperature rising in the Eastern Mediterranean, and higher rates of more salinity, more saline waters. And that would mean, that many more taxa would be, gone extinct by now. And that would mean that the sea would be already on the way in dying. All right. So now we have at least the opportunity that some species, well, some of them they're damage, the environment. Some of them are coming and they can be, let's say, used by the people if they are trained and educated, properly, that they can be eaten, for example. Why? Because in other places of the world, India, for example, or Red Sea, the people are already eating them, and therefore we can include, we can transport this habit, this attitude. And now, how about if in a couple of centuries we start seeing, many little coral reefs in the Mediterranean from those species that are already going extinct in the Indo-Pacific because of the change of the environment. And therefore the Mediterranean will be, some kind of a sanctuary of this. So these are the kind of opportunities we need, to see in the transformation happening. And I know that if Bella was here, she would hang me by the neck.
Orthodox,
But that's
biologist.
But it happens, and we need, not to be resilient, as very correctly, Eric said, but we need to see, the opportunities and build on the new system and try, to make sure that the benefits and the goods and the services are continue, to go back to the society, that the economy doesn't collapse, that the people don't become, sad, and guarantee at the same time, some kind of stability to the system.
The keyword you said he was a couple of centuries. We are talking long term, and I think this is a keyword.
Well, and the second question is, it's a bit provocative. When I was a young scientist in last millennium, and I remember these talks by grants, dinosaurs at that time, saying what we need to speak with politicians. We need to bring our message to politicians. We really need to convince them in what we are doing, what our results tell us, right? And now I'm kind of retired, right? And there are some young people here, and I keep hearing the same words. They are not hearing to us. And I try to understand what is the problem. Maybe we are speaking different languages. Maybe I don't know how many politicians they have this solid scientific background, who understand what we are talking about. Maybe what Jan Marcin is doing, that's trying to find a common language for art, for all arts. Arts, maybe we understand arts, but I don't know. What Eric just said, his post on whatever, Facebook or Telegram, whatever, will be covered by 1,000 hours who say, well, and these stupid guys who have nothing behind them, their opinion matters. Their opinion matters for much more than professor who did so much for science.
Because AI will reflect on those many responses, and that will be the tools for the next 100 years. Yeah, the lie will be ruling.
No answer.
Sabine.
Yes, while we're waiting for Mark, I just wanted to thank actually everybody for their presentations, but especially just I liked what you were saying, Eric. One of my both pleasure and frustrations is that I spent most of my career, or what pays my bills, is being an environmental consultant, not a researcher. So I find myself being in the position of being a kind of a scientific interpreter. Okay, this is what the researcher, and this is what it means. And I like the way you were saying, we were talking about this, the acceptance of change. You can accept, I like the way you said, you can accept a natural change, ongoing change of which we cannot control, but you cannot accept deterioration caused by human activity. So the challenge is to find out what is causing what behavior, what are we doing, and how to manage that behavior. So environmental management is about managing what we do.
Yeah, I think, and the answer is quite simple, and it's a sad one. Number one answer, of course, is that we as a species are being too successful. But now, with the latest paleontological findings, humans have been found to be almost 1 million year our species. And on average, vertebrate species have lived about 1 million years. So we are going down. I mean, I don't have to play God there. This is what evolutionary ecologists tell me, that don't worry, come back in 10,000 years and we'll be alive. But that's on a little bit on a joking side. But the other thing is greed, of course. With an improved quality of life and access to everything, this word I've been using today, respect, has disappeared. And I think by training, by doing what they were doing on the sailboat, for instance, you bring out people to the sea. You show them, and they get a chance to show. Having children's labs on biological stations and so on. That's fostering kids for the future. So giving people a chance to enjoy what's to be enjoyed. But your pictures of the Oslo fjord, I don't want to go diving there.
Can I continue? I will go back to the comments made by Sergei, because I like, the game with the politicians. Over, my research life, I've tried, to understand what's going wrong with them. And there are several things that they may go wrong, but there are some things that may go, to the right direction. First of all, the timing at which they are expecting responses is much faster than any type of ecosystem evolution or changing, even stages, from one little stage to the other. Even in the lagoon, for example. They require, answers, for yesterday, and sometimes, 4 years later. Some of them, they are not able to understand, and I mean that. They are not able to understand. That's why we came up, with these ideas of indicators. What is an indicator? An indicator is a stupid tool that suppresses the whole part of information in a single number. Well, I can tell you, this number, but that's how they think. I can't claim, these things, with our prime minister in Greece, because he graduated from Harvard and he had Edward Wilson as his professor, so he does understand. Now, the problem is not what they don't understand, but what they can't sell for their electoral cycle. And that's the whole thing. And I believe that if we stick together with the people from the art, we have a lot to gain. Because these are the people that can introduce, new concepts, innovative concepts, can show to us, by which mechanisms these concepts, can work. And probably, hopefully, some of these concepts may be, ready to be used, in biology and ecology and other sciences.
Yeah, if I may join the discussion, thank you for also this comment about still, I think, to really to openly said about the role of the politicians, and we call it the public zone. That's mean where all authorities are located, and they are supposed to represent the interest of society who elected them in the democratic system. And the issue is that in nowadays, because of a main paradigm of the development, concern on the, we call it neoliberal, but it means that the economy is superior to actually all other aspects of activities. And it's happened like that the authorities of all levels, not only the governmental, are actually collaborating very strongly, and they are much more attached after the election to the economic sphere than represent the interest of the society. And when there are the strong pressure and lobby of from the even not local people, but the really big business, it's almost helpless to address the issue of the protection of environment. I think so. The Baltic Sea is a very good example. The construction of the Nord Streams wasn't neutral for the environment. There was so many reports that no, it is really disastrous. And the reasons were only made by the geopolitics, as there were the solutions for another transport through the land. But because of the geopolitical reason, the decisions of the Nord Stream were taken. So I think so. It is even not so bad with the education of people. Of course, it is always very important, and it is changing. But I see the only way for the researchers and for the science to mobilize society quite often against the political decisions, and of course it is every this 4 or 5 years for election, and this is the only moment when we as the electorate are the value for the politician. Then they are acting in, as I said, in the name of economy, and they are even openly stating this, that we need economy, we need to have better incomes for the better quality of life. But in the same time, the quality of life is deteriorating extremely intensively. And for so many decades, we see what is going on in a global scale with environment. So in structural way of organizing our life, society, including political zone and economy, it's something wrong. And it is more and more listened and said in social sciences. I think so in the art and in all kinds of art. It is very open that it's not a time for improving. It's a time for the radical change, for the change of the way we were for in the past time just paved this way for the real environmental crisis. So yeah, it's a huge task.
Well, so we can.
I'm sorry, I'm not a scientist or a researcher. I'm Agnieszka from Greenpeace. And yesterday I had a chance to also talk with politicians about the environment and how to solve some problems connected with the environment or through the environmental tools. So I agree with everything that was said, but it's not only economy. There are 2 other layers that we have to think about. And these are populism and security. These are the things that are currently ruling people's minds. So I also think that scientists has to talk to politicians, because I don't think that scientists talk to politicians enough. Yesterday I heard from one MEP assistant that politicians has 20 hours memory, and they are just forgetting everything that was said to them. So I think that it's just the issue how many times you are repeating something. In case of artists, it's a great idea, and I totally agree with that. But I think we need Steven Spielberg and Agnieszka Holland to back these issues and topics to make people understand that and people in elections vote for these politicians to understand. Yesterday I was even trying to say to use the arguments that, for example, shadow fleet can be blocked by some kind of environmental tools coming from the BBNJ agreement, and it was like flying 1 year and going another one, and I don't think that people even remembered what it is, and that it's politicians just need more education and more populistic narratives, not using very scientific wordiness, but being very easy to the people. It's not very scientific or innovative, but that's my perspective, and I just wanted to add it to from that scientific world.
Then we take a last remark.
No, maybe very fast comment on this issue. I am journalist. I am working with environment and politicians and so on. And I see, we have wonderful movie about this. It's Don't Look Up. It's when scientists are trying to talk directly to politicians. So, and also we have the other side. We have some successful stories where the scientists are talking to the society, not to politicians. And this works actually, so use the journalists, use the media. Maybe my advance as a journalist, I listened this in one polar actually conference in Tromsø. Was one girl from the British Antarctic Survey, and she said that the scientists are too often using the word maybe, and the politicians are catching the word maybe. So if you will be a little bit more clear, then we have a lot of success stories in this in Poland. Wolf protection, Białowieża story, Rospuda story, when scientists joined with a very clear message, society press politicians, European Commission, so on. Ozone layer, fantastic example. Control protocol. So yeah, it's a way to press politician.
Thanks for some solution. We're going to try now to connect to Marcus in Norway, I suppose. Mark, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we introduced you already half an hour ago, but there you are.
I'm very sorry.
I
I always had it in my diary as 3:30 because I had another meeting before this. It's a crazy day.
Okay, no problem. We hear you, we see you. So
Good.
yours is the floor now.
Good, and nice to see Herman Hummel. I haven't seen each other in many
For
years.
ages,
So.
huh?
Yeah, so I put on my first slide. So you should see my slides in the proper way now. Yeah.
Yes, it's okay, Mark. Yeah.
Good. So I was just going to mention a project we're just finishing this year, and then I'll give you a little story about zombies because it's been Halloween. So in our minds, we might have been watching horror movies about, alien invasions coming to Earth and destroying the planet and zombies wandering around that we can't see. And of course, the aliens are us. We're the ones going into the ocean with our big machines and destroying everything, as you've been discussing. So in this project, which is why I've been thinking a lot about MPAs lately, we have this project designing the optimal areas to protect biodiversity in Europe. So this is collecting together the scientific data to pay, ideally, in an ideal world, where would be the optimal places. And we also have looked at this from an organic carbon and sediment. So this database created by several of the partners, mainly the people in Aarhus, Dorte Kraus Jensen's group. So we have mapped the likely carbon stores and sediments based on the data points you can see on the map. And this is one of the things that interests policymakers because there's a lot of pressure to stop benthic trawling, which is very destructive, but also it might release carbon from sediments into the water and then into the atmosphere and further exacerbate greenhouse gas emissions. Another tool that we have produced, which is hosted on the Ocean Biodiversity Information System website, we're very pleased with this. So we have nearly 12,000 species ranges mapped. You can see on this
May I
example.
interrupt you? There is a black face all the time on the center.
Oh, I see.
And that's at your side.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So, thank you for telling me, because I'm looking at a different screen. Yeah. So you see the data points of where this species is reported, and the dark blue is where it's most likely to occur. And this has been now modeled for the next 5 climate change scenarios to 2050 and 2010. And we're also going to be classifying the species by their invasive species status, because there's about almost 900 human-introduced species in Europe as well that have range maps. So this would be a very useful tool for people, and all the data is open access and the code is open access that people can reuse it. So we've taken these range maps because when you prioritize the optimal areas, you can't use the original data because it's biased by sampling effort. So you need a standardized map of the ranges of the species. And then these are put into an algorithm software which selects the network that will best represent all those species. So it's not necessarily the places with most species, but they need to represent areas with few species, such as in the Baltic or in the Arctic, but maybe some unique species there. And this is the first release of our results. So on the left, we see the color coding showing the areas of most to least importance as part of a representative biodiversity network. And of course, what management measures would go into this would vary. So for instance, you may not need to create protected areas for protecting species in all these areas or stopping bottom trawling. So we're agnostic as to what the future management measures would be. We're just recommending the best areas. And on the right is the top 10%. So you can see almost everywhere along the coasts of Europe is worth protecting. Including the Azores and the Canary Islands, which have, as you probably know, have endemic species, and also some offshore areas and areas into the Arctic. And if we protect that 10%, we could actually include over half of all the species. So you get most gain from protecting the optimal areas first. And if we protect 30%, you could include 80%. And if you want to protect all species, in this case, you'd have to protect quite a large area. But we have a global analysis in press, which shows that more or less 50% of the optimal areas globally for land and sea could include all species if we protect the optimal places. So on a more entertaining note, so I wanted to, as we're doing this, we keep having conversations with people about it, with stakeholders and workshops, and we keep getting questions, people coming up with all sorts of imagined problems. My old friend, Bill Ballantyne in New Zealand, also went through this for much of his career. And he said some of the biggest problems in making change are scientists who keep inventing problems that don't exist. And if you keep saying this problem might exist, people then begin to believe it does exist. So we need always to be a little circumspect about these issues. So one of the first ones is that marine protected areas exclude people. You often see this, people can't do anything there. But this is obviously not true because hundreds of thousands of people visited this first marine reserve in New Zealand now. And in fact, there were so many people going there, they had to improve the roads, the toilets, and they had to have other areas to direct people to other areas. It was too popular. And this becomes a common problem. And globally, I've published a review paper in Scientia Marina, and we can see that many of these protected areas around the world, the dark blue countries here, make huge amounts of money for tourism. It's probably bigger economic benefits by not killing species than by going fishing and trawling them. And if you look at the age, generally the older areas have more benefits, probably because they develop the tourism better, but also because the ecosystem recovers more fully and it's more diverse and enjoyable for people to witness that life in the ocean. And people also seem to think that having protected areas in the ocean is a radical idea. Maybe they think of the freedom of the seas and we can do whatever we want there. This is more or less a common belief in most countries, I think. But of course, it's not really true because there are many areas on land that we set aside for the public good, like universities and museums and sports fields and art galleries and so on. And there's many areas in the sea where we already have very restricted access, like marinas and harbors and fish farms, military areas, cable zones. And if you look at some of the maps of Europe by the EMODNet and some of these other sources, these occupy very large areas. So perhaps there are already more areas we cannot go in the sea than even if we wanted to, probably more than 10%, but somebody needs to do the calculations. So it's not a radical idea. And it's not expensive because if you stop fishing and you have simple management measures, these are actually lower cost to police than other measures. And the reason marine protected areas appear expensive is probably because there's no management going on in the first place in that part of the ocean. And management always has costs because you have to have enforcement and policing because people are people. And, you know, if you've got rules of the road, you have to have the police to enforce them. That's the same in the sea because some people will always try to break the rules. But in many indigenous cultures from Africa to the Pacific Ocean, they have names in their native languages for places you don't go fishing. And many of those countries already have created very large protected areas. So what they're effectively doing is applying the precautionary principle to the ocean. So Cook Islands and Phoenix Islands and many other areas in the Pacific have now declared almost all or very large parts of their exclusive economic zones as marine protected areas. And then you can get a permit to go fishing of whatever kind for a certain time period and a certain place and a certain method. So why don't we apply the precautionary principle in the ocean, I wonder? And so you would also think that if an area is called protected, that it's protected. So and there's a database on protected areas, which countries report into, and they categorize the areas as different levels of intention. So one of the common things I hear is that people say, oh, well, it's all about enforcement and compliance. But actually, that's not the problem because, as this next graph will show, if we look at the areas on top, it's land, and in the bottom, it's the ocean. So it's the same problem is happening in both. We have a widening gap between areas that are partially protected and areas that are fully protected. So fully protected means you can't cut down the trees or go fishing if it's in the ocean. You can't damage habitats. For partially protected, we don't know what it means because there's no information. And it often allows more or less business as usual. And this gap is getting wider and wider over time. So it's almost like false advertising. If this was, if you were selling some goods in the marketplace and you're advertising them as protected and you were only partly protecting them, I don't think you'd get away with it. But this is what governments are doing when it comes to protected areas. And the other common misunderstanding is that people think, well, okay, sport or recreational fishing is okay, but we'll ban commercial fishing. And if you talk to people that are coastal communities around the world, they think this is a ridiculous idea because why would you stop people fishing for food for the population, but you'd allow people to go and fish for entertainment? And in the Indonesia and Philippines and some of these other countries, they see recreational fishing as purely a rich person's privilege. So it's very inequitable to allow one kind of fishing and not the other. So simple no fishing rules are much better. But also, all kinds of fishing can, of course, kill fish. The fish don't really care who kills them. And even in Neolithic times, there's evidence that people overfished populations. And of course, we know people in Neolithic times drove megafauna extinct on many of the land masses. And the other problem with recreational fishing is that then it has the opposite effect. So we have the situation here where I'm living in Norway, where we have the Saltstraumen marine protected area. The only thing you're not allowed to do there is collect seaweed from a living seaweed. And because there's no commercial fishing within Saltstraumen MPA anyway, they now advertise this and have a tourist fishing camp right in the middle. And we've been doing some surveys this year. There's more than 200 people fishing. There's so many people fishing on the shore that there's almost no space anymore for people to stand. They're lined up fishing and losing their hooks and lines in the water. So we think it's got more fishing pressure in the middle of this protected area than anywhere else in Norway. And the same happened in New Zealand. They created a protected marine reserve and they allowed sport fishing. And eventually they had to stop it because it's becoming like a magnet attracting sport fishers internationally to go fishing there. And there's even fishery scientists that object to the idea of marine protected areas. And so I looked for a number of years when I was teaching a course. We used to review the literature every year for which fisheries had lost catch due to fishing. And I couldn't find any. I also emailed the Octo email group, which has 12,000 people working on marine protected areas, for any evidence that any fishery had lost catch. And none was provided. The only papers sent to me were theoretical studies by fishery economists, assuming that if you stop fishing in an area that these fish vanished off the planet and somehow were gone. But of course, everybody knows if you stop fishing in an area, the fish will get more abundant and then they eventually spill over into other areas. And in this paper, we have 46 examples of benefits to fisheries from marine protected areas. And these occur in many countries of the world. They occur in crustaceans, finfish, and mollusks. So it's a general pattern that shouldn't surprise anybody, except maybe some people we won't mention. And even in a well-managed fishery, the Great Barrier Reef is probably one of the best managed areas around the world. They have 766 no-fishing marine reserves. And one species within these, a coral grouper, it has a fishery outside, which is also very well managed, and it's what they call a sustainable fishery. But the protected area contributes, even though it's only 30% of the area, it contributes over half of the larval supply and larval settlement, and almost half of the commercial catch outside. So still these marine reserves are contributing proportionally more. And then we think back to those earlier papers where you talked about how bigger fish produce proportionally more eggs than smaller fish. This all makes good biological and ecological sense. So the next myth I want to try and call a zombie idea is about fishery displacement. So a common invented problem or imagined problem is that if you move the fishing boats from one area and they go somewhere else, you end up with increased fishing outside and less sustainable fishing outside. And actually, there's no evidence that this has ever happened anywhere either. But a very nice paper published earlier this year in Proceedings National Academy of Sciences looked at this. They looked globally at all the protected areas. Then they looked at the Global Fishing Watch data on fishery catches. And it was quite surprising that they did find, of course, intense fishing pressure around the edges of the protected areas. They find very little inside, so compliance, which is voluntary, is actually very good by these fishing boats. But instead of finding increased fishing pressure at the edges, they found slightly decreased. And this is because the fishing boats don't spend as long out at the boundaries, because they catch their catch very quickly around the edges of the protected areas, and then they go home to sell their catch. So in fact, the spillover effect is so strong that the fisheries become more financially economical because they can catch more fish in a shorter time around the edges, and then they can go home. And then further away, this is over 200 kilometers, you end up getting increased fishing effort again, because now you're fishing already heavily fished fisheries. And people don't see the benefit either. If this very nice study from a PhD student in Australia surveyed the southern coast, and he asked people what do they think of partially protected, fully protected, and unprotected areas. And everybody valued, even if they didn't always agree with having fully protected areas, because they could see the reason behind it, and they could see the obvious benefits in fish abundance and other features. Whereas the partially protected, they couldn't see any difference between those and unprotected areas. So partially protected is really some kind of half measure to try and make the people who want nature conservation think they're getting something, and the people who don't want it think they're getting something. So part protection really doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work in medicine. You don't take half your dose of medicine. It doesn't work in public health, in business, or nature conservation. So these are the zombie ideas I've identified. So these are ideas that are walking around still, and you'll still hear about them, but we should recognize them as being untrue. And probably there's other examples in your own areas of science where you have old ideas that keep coming back at workshops or in student essays or people's minds that really haven't been supported by evidence. So protected areas don't exclude people. They're not radical. They're not expensive. They don't reduce fishing catch. They don't displace fisheries. And if you want marine protected areas to benefit fisheries as well as ecological benefits, then fishing is just not okay in them, including recreational fishing and including pelagic fishing, which I didn't give examples of, but there are some. So if we want the planet to return to a sort of a better way, our students are always frustrated that that us older generation, we're not changing the world fast enough and we're causing more problems than we're solving. It will take time, but I think it's only going to happen with a network of marine reserves where you don't have fishing within the ocean. Now, what area these will occupy is another question, but even 10% I would be very pleased to see, because I believe that once people see these benefits, and people can't see the benefits in most of the world because there aren't any places that are left unscathed by humans. Once people see these benefits, they'll want more. In New Zealand, this was the case. They created the first one and people loved it so much they went back to their own villages and towns and they said, we want one too. It was like getting chocolates for the first time. We always want more. So if you want to help save the planet, kill the zombies and kill the zombies' ideas about marine protected areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Cool, as Jan Martin tells, lecture. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions from the audience to Mark? Oh, several. We start with Erik. Erik. And then Jan Martin.
Hi, Mark, and thanks. Excellent overview. One question, when we talk about small protected areas, how important are what has sometimes been called blue corridors between them so that organisms can actually spread securely? Is this a way forward to have smaller areas but having them somehow ecologically linked?
It's actually a little bit complicated, the corridors question, because it's clearly important for whales and species that move along large areas. So these species, you don't want them getting caught in gill nets or hit by ships and things. But for most marine species, they're still present outside the protected areas. So one of the common things I've seen these papers with protected areas like separate little islands, and the species have to somehow race between one to the next one. But of course, that's not true because all the species in the protected areas are present outside as well. They're just abundance and their size is different. So I don't think we need to worry about connectivity for marine conservation planning, except perhaps for some of these selected whales or really migratory species, which are few in number, and any mortality is a big problem.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for the great talk. I was wondering that there was something which was called Kareiva-Sule controversy. It was over the land protection management. And in short, it was the theory that Kareiva was saying that we're not having space enough on Earth to protect the areas. We may only protect selected species, like in zoological garden, nature parks, etc. And it should be completely controlled. The other option was to leave half Earth to the nature, so not disturb and not having any intervention. And what is the marine protected area? How it is situated on that scale between leave the nature on its own and keep it in a very restricted and controlled way?
Yeah, very good question. So that was the new conservation movement by Kareiva and another person, which is many of their ideas were shown to be incorrect. In fact, they published their first paper on a website. It wasn't a proper peer-reviewed journal. And they were also heavily funded by industry. They were saying, let industry go and manage everything, they'll do fine. And I thought, that's a great idea. Just let me drive at whatever speed I like on the road and I'll do fine. You know, this idea that you could let people do what they want and they'll all behave is just completely, obviously untrue. But I think in the ocean in particular, we also, people are part of nature and we're living with nature. So I think it's about, I don't think we need to leave these areas as complete wilderness. And I was at a meeting recently and some in the Mediterranean, they have areas where they don't allow people in without permits. And in many of the national parks around the world in Africa, you need a permit to enter and pay a fee. So in that way, they're managing the number of people going in and people know how they have to behave inside and so on. I think that's a good thing. In most of the marine reserves, in New Zealand. There's no control of people going in there, and some of them, they now have problems with too much boat noise, and they have endemic dolphins there and so on. So I think I'm a bit in the middle of this area. I think that we need some places that are almost a wilderness, but knowing that we have a small footprint as well, and we just have to minimize it and let other species live along with us. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Very good talk. The question from my side is, what is the level of our certainty that what we are going to propose to be protected as an area will act like that in the future?
Very good
because
question.
now
too.
they do, but how about the future? And we have seen
Yeah.
studies in the Mediterranean, for example, that they say this and that won't serve any longer after 50 years, for example.
Yeah, especially in the Mediterranean, it's a problem. I'm less worried about the Atlantic and the Baltic, because species can move more easily. And the other idea that sometimes I realize that people say everything is moving all the time. Well, it's not quite the case. Species, you only see the changes at the range edges. So in the Barents Sea, north of Norway, we have 2 times more fish there now than in the fish species than in the 1980s. But probably those species were already there, because if you look at the temperature, as the temperature goes up and down, the number of species is directly correlated within the same year. So probably what we're seeing is changes in abundance and catch frequency with temperature as well. And I think Jan Marsen can tell you more about Svalbard and the recovery of the species getting back to Svalbard that used to be there a long time ago. But in the Mediterranean, yes, I think it's a concern. And also the Mediterranean is very deep. So you have this narrow coastal area, which has been impacted by heat waves. And that's a worry. So the range maps on the OBIS that we have done, if you zoom in a bit, you can see that species are still predicted to be present around the coast of the Mediterranean, but the probability of their presence is decreasing with warming. So this is a concern. But maybe there's other things like Lisandro Benedetti Cecchi. Maybe Lisandro's there, is he? No?
No, he's not here.
He's not there, okay. He's the usual suspect. Yeah, should be there. But he has some nice work showing that where you have seagrass and caulerpa algae, they actually reduce the temperature. They cause a shading effect. So at local scales, we have steep slopes where the fish can move to deeper water. And if we have shading from algae and other species, seagrass, we can also reduce these heat wave impacts to some extent in some places. So yeah, but we need more research on this. And in fact, there's very little research on how temperature changes with depth in marine systems, and how maybe the heat wave only has an effect in the top few meters at local scales. There are some global studies with modeling, but yeah, that's another story. Thanks, Christos.
Questions to Mark? Yes.
Just
now we get a question of
just ask favor. Can we be back to your slide about partial protection, because I really like it.
No. Oh, no, not this one. This one?
Oh, yeah.
Is this the one you mean?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I love it.
It will be published soon, I suppose. Sergey.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. This is Sergey here. I don't know if you can see me. When you're talking about partial protection and full protection, you didn't mention the factors from impacts from which the area is protected. There are some.
Sorry.
Yeah. It does both. There are some things which you can regulate inside the. You can regulate fishery. You can regulate, let's say, the dredging, dumping, whatever. And there are things like in the Baltic Sea, we're probably more suffering from eutrophication than from local fishery, right? And let's say plastic pollution, which comes from outside, far from outside, and makes damage. So, can you a little bit elaborate on that? But how to deal with things which we can manage and things which we cannot in marine protected areas?
Yeah, so I actually had this as another slide in a longer talk, because it's not the fault of a marine protected area. Pollution is not that it, or plastic or any other kind of pollution. This is another human-made problem, which should be dealt with everywhere in the ocean. So the fact that marine protected areas are not the solution for everything is not a weakness in having protected areas. I think that the problem with other scales of pollution like eutrophication and plastic pollution, these need to be addressed everywhere because they're just really bad management on our part. I hope that answers it. Yeah. And like invasive species, Sergey, you might have heard of these invasive species, which are also a bad management problem. And protected areas are not necessarily a solution. They might even protect some of them. Yeah.
Okay. No other questions. Thanks, Mark, for an excellent lecture.
Thanks very much, Herman. And sorry not to be there with you. It's so busy here teaching.
And hope to see you soon again.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Definitely.
Bye-bye.
So, Marcin, okay, you, the floor.
So I think that we may run a round of the general discussion now, and then we will just move all together to see the exhibition. And later on, you're all invited to the small dinner, which is next to the exhibition. Altogether, it's along the park, so it's like a 15 minutes walk, more or less. Okay, take it 15 to a little plus. I hope we'll discuss more at the exhibition or at the dinner. But now, just to start, some issues I was having in mind is that I see the one problem which can be probably described somehow, that I've heard several times today that decision makers or stakeholders or politicians, they expect a narrative. That was something I have heard directly from the EU officer, that she's not interested in the numbers, how many new species we will find here or there. She's interested in the public reaction. So what people think about. So they want the good story they can use or they can follow. So, and I believe that to build a proper narrative from the point of view of the researchers, we really need that the cooperation, which is also shown today, addressing the ethics and aesthetics. So that's why the art is so important, because it is like a crosscut to the public. So we are not. When I was trained as a researcher, I was told that science is value free. You will never tell that something is good or bad. You will never tell that something is having some value, and that was like a paradigm. Nowadays, we have to take sides, so to say, that especially in the environmental issues, that we may use the emotions, we may use the feelings, and probably that's the way to proceed the nature protection. So that's one thing, how much we can step out of our zone of comfort as a scientist. And I am just saying that here is 5 and here is 7, and I don't care about anything else. And the second thing is that it's especially in the very traditional country like Poland, that all the decision makers, even on a local scale, they want very much to demonstrate that they can control the nature around. So when we are talking with coastal managers, here is a soft shore, sandy coastline. Leave the coast as it is, follow the HELCOM recommendation on keeping the natural processes on the sedimentary shores. They say no, because we may not escape from the nature forces. We have technology, we have knowledge to fight the nature. So it's that well, that was demonstrated well in that Alexandria example that Sarah was showing. The people, especially those decision makers, they want to show that they have some power, and they are doing some activity brings them votes and bring them public support. So it's very difficult to say to explain that it's better to sit on the shore and wait. What will happen? They want to have action. They want to have some money, machinery, and what we are trying. I mean, the scientists are usually trying to say it's rather that soft power, which is not very attractive to the people who want to show the action. And I believe it's a general phenomenon all over Europe. It's not just the local stuff. Here in the traditional society, of course, there is an important thing that a majority of people in my country, they believe that all the nature was given to us to serve. So the nice concept of goods and services of the nature, which was invented to help to protect the nature, now it's turned into the very market system that value of nature is monetary, economic value of how nature can serve us, and that's it. While we are trying to stress those intrinsic values of nature, so no monetary, no commercial, nothing connected with the goods and services to men, which is again difficult to address, and probably you need to raise a new generation to appreciate that non-commercial value. I have only one very nice example, and it comes from Norway. I believe it was in 1992 or something like this. The Norwegians, when they were putting the pipeline somewhere from the coast to the platforms, they discovered the cold water reef roost near the Trondheim. And they were shown the pictures to the public on the TV. And that cold water reef is, if some of you may not have heard of it, it's like several kilometers long. It's 30 meters high. It's absolutely beautiful. It's as beautiful as the tropical reefs. But nobody can see it. Nobody can touch it. It's on the depth of 500 to 1,000 meters. So it's completely of no use. There is no tourism going there. There is no commercial value. But people were so moved that they immediately introduced a law that protects all those cold coral reefs, in first Norway and now in other places of the world. So there is such an example that we may appreciate the values of nature that are not marketed, I believe. Yeah. So I think that those were the lines I'd like to ask you for some comments. Andy.
Yes, it's maybe a little bit of a carry on from that, because one of the things that came to my mind from some of the comments was this idea of the sort of rights, like we're used to have human rights. And there have been some instances now where certain rivers or areas have been given these intrinsic rights. I'm not going to say human rights, but they have, I forget what is the term, maybe someone knows. But I think there's also in the arts, particularly like in amongst my students and other colleagues, there's huge interest and understanding in this sort of more than human beings, and so that these other more than human creatures have intrinsic rights, and this is gradually getting more and more widespread and an understanding. So people are very concerned even when they're making artworks, that where do these materials come from? Where will they go? And I think gradually this sort of feeds into the society. I mean, particularly, I've always been totally not, I cannot comprehend how the sea, which is this sort of common place, is just used and exploited by someone, anyone who's got enough money to go and take what they want. Why is that possible? Why is it possible that these shipping companies can always get the extension for whenever there's the new law to restrict their dumping? And it's, well, but we can't afford it now, but you can have till 2030 or whatever. And this just keeps it on and on. So it's very much about communicating to the politicians, getting them to speed up. And so a lot of the things that you've been talking about and saying. The other point or question I had, because I was quite interested how some of you have raised this, that the sort of invasive species, or maybe species that hadn't been so abundant and now becoming more abundant, that's maybe a positive thing. And for example, I noticed last summer, and it was particularly in the sort of Danish and perhaps German waters area, absolutely like millions of jellyfish, to the extent which in some harbors it was like jellyfish soup. I mean, literally, and I was amazed by this. And I can't think what would be can anyone comment on that? Because I've not seen this before.
Yeah, maybe just to comment a little bit on it, because this was already seen also in the Black Sea. Nando Boero also was commenting on those enormous amounts of jellyfish, and ctenophores are the little ones. They cause some kind of disaster, but sometimes they disappear also. So nature has also these big waves. Yeah? But we are, say, enforcing it further. We make the magnitude higher, that it becomes stronger because of, say, eutrophication of the territory and that kind of things, and that makes that the amplitude becomes bigger. And so you see some phenomena that are natural in a more extreme format. And that is one issue, of course. So we have to take out still the eutrophication and pollution and kind of things, but they are there, but in a more minimal format. So that's one point. So not everything is completely new. It's just enforcing the amplitudes. Partly, that's one explanation. But there may be other explanations and ideas. Nina.
I don't have any explanation to that. Maybe somebody else has, but I really think you mentioned, Jan Martin, the keyword that I have been thinking throughout the afternoon, power. Well, I'm a political scientist, and political science is the study of power. And we have been also studying this science policy interface and why it is so difficult to get the scientific message through. And you are now saying that policymakers are so stupid and so on. But that's of course not the case. They are not a homogeneous group, but they are better educated and different people. But I think the essence and the key is the power, and unfortunately it seems to me, and I think also to many other scholars, that humankind is very eager to have power, be it then power over other people or nature. So and the moment, for example, a researcher is elected to a council, for example, city council, that person changes, unfortunately, oftentimes, and doesn't listen to necessarily to the colleagues anymore. So there is something in this power thing, and also that we have to have power over nature. I don't have any. This is just a reflection, as you were asking, reflections, but. Yeah, so I would like to just highlight the power aspect in all of this. And then on another note, art is of course a very powerful, again, tool to perhaps also empower citizens to ask for more, and also perhaps we could through art make such an impact or such an experience that even the stupid policymakers would start thinking that, okay, maybe this would be a powerful act to do something that the scientists are saying. I don't know, but that's just something that I was thinking.
Joining forces in this way between arts and sciences, that would be a good idea. But I wanted to make a remark, not all politicians become corrupt, so to say. They still can be in favor of nature. One good example was Ricardo Santos, director of the Resource Institute. He became politically active and even came into the European Parliament. He has initiated for many years a lot of biodiversity workshops and initiatives. Then he became Minister of the Sea, and that was really a colleague of us in the Biomare and Marweb system even. So that there are some good examples also. So it is not all of them, and that's what we should strive for. Vote for those politicians that you can trust. It's of course very thin layer on top of all of them or under all of them, and so. But I agree. Then it is I see Sergey, and then
yeah, just a small remark. To continue with jellyfish story, it would be really important to know what kind of jellyfish caused this bloom in these areas where you've been. Is it normal Aurelia aurita, which is quite common, or is it something different? Because Herman mentioned the Black Sea. And this was a completely different story. This was a species which was brought from North America, Demiopsis lady. And there was a very interesting, very powerful paper by Martin Bilio, German scientist, who said the ecosystem of the Black Sea was already on the brink, to the what Eric showed us, going down because of eutrophication, because of overfishing. So when the new agent came there, it caused a catastrophe. So I think it's we're all dependent on it.
It pulled it over the tip into the new phase. Yeah.
So a quick comment on that. The ordinary Aurelia in the Baltic has been extremely frequent this year, and they come and go, as you say. But on a global scale, jellyfish, gelatinous plankton, as Nando calls them, they are on the rise, and they have been there for hundreds of millions of years somehow, and they will survive us. But as to the politicians and their role, I'm on board of trustees for a Baltic Sea Foundation that gives out prizes every year, and one prize is for a Baltic region, or nowadays European parliamentary worker who has done something positive, seriously got something done for the Baltic Sea environment. And now was the third year in a row where we could not get, people are nominated. And when you look at the parliamentary said, it proves out that person X has been interested in the Baltic Sea. And then they go to these summer festivals where there's music and beer and something, and they speak and say, oh, it would be so nice if the Baltic Sea would be clean. And then you go in and check their records in the parliaments. How many initiatives have they had to do something? Nada. So it's. I also think we should put. Your example was extremely positive, but then we, as people interested in these questions, it's justifiable for us to challenge them when they say that, oh, I do things. So then our question should be, okay, show me. Show me your
fact-checking.
Fact-checking is what we need. Yeah.
My comment is that, if I can well, the scientists are gathering information, data, and working, modeling, and all this stuff, and this is producing publications, scientific publications that few people are reading. I think there is this lack connection between public and between science. And I think the biggest role they would have journalists should have, right? And I think maybe somehow to become science should become more popular. I mean, for common people, for mass, and how to do it, to bring maybe more journalists to meetings like that, or have some, I don't know, more popular magazines, some information about
Journalists
that.
are not anymore important.
Journalists are super important, and they can create the bridge between science and that mass that can affect politicians.
Yeah.
Because there is this bridge should be created, in my opinion, and then we are going through different big conferences and talking, and who knows about the results? Very few people.
So the problem is with that now media, the problem is that, we are like facing completely changing media. We have this algorithmic media, I will not call them social media, where the politicians are basically sitting in them, and they, I don't remember data, but exact data, but like from up to 40% of movement in Twitter, it's created by bots. So they are sitting there, they think it's reality, and they are focused. So we are like in kind of big changing time, where the media with journalists was, producing articles and taking responsibility for that. It's rather, I wouldn't say dying, but it's
still important.
Doesn't work.
You should not
still important, but if you're scientific, you should think also about this algorithmic media.
Yeah,
as
but this
as a tool.
media, Angel Borja, one of our other colleagues, he has just done a check for his institute with several colleagues on how correct the references are on some topics that they are into it. And they made all kinds of questions to these kind of bots, and to all kinds of, say, chat, GPT, and that kind. There are 4 different ones that they tried out. And they discovered, say, a topic where Angel Borja is just a master in. Yes, number 1, that was he. Then they checked 9 other references. All were false. Even the authors were not existing. Yeah. So we have to take really care about what's happening nowadays with AI.
Yeah,
It is really a big danger. You have to do really, again, fact checking. Yeah. Really see if it's true. But you're right. In this way, we will lose. There will be a lot of false information, and we will be overrun by the stupidities.
No, so in this, I see the chance for the journalists again.
Exactly.
Fact checking. Yeah, but this is what I'm telling, that that if you think how to reach the politician, it's the traditional media. It's not only one way now, or they are equal, at least equal. I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it really, but I to be honest, it's like now 2 ways.
We just have to face a couple of disasters with misinformation and all that kind of stuff, and then also politicians will learn you have to go to journalists from flesh and blood, and then they.
I hope so.
Yeah, but not you.
Yeah, to continue that, I mean, I think these posters in here are one good example of how scientists are like working with artists. I mean, Marcin has mentioned them a number of times, but also like with our Godzilla project, we hired and had with us Ida, who is like a really good photographer, and also working with our social media to get the word out. And I think this is something maybe that scientists and other researchers need to maybe do more often, because to be honest, you go to some conferences and these so-called posters are like, no one's going to read them unless you're really into that topic. So get people who are able to use visual language or journalistic language or whatever. And so any types of sort of collaborations and interdisciplinary projects, I think, are vital. And it's also, of course, great for artists and other types of creative people to be involved, because we also get inspired by, scientific work.
Okay, thanks, Sabine.
Okay, thanks, Andy. You've actually just said quite a lot of what was on my mind as well. And really also, well, we don't need to repeat this idea of using visual imagery or to communicate to public, who then put pressures on the politicians because they want to have the public support and all these things. So I definitely, for my work, I think I'll have a good think, instead of always talking to our so-called stakeholders, what we need to do is channel what we have learned. So I guess it's a kind of challenge. I can't remember who it was saying that a lot of the art representation of science or the environment and everything, it's status. I don't mean status as in, I mean, it's the state of things. Here is an object of beauty. Here's a coral reef. Here's a destroyed coral reef. Here's a whale with its stomach full of plastic bags. But how could you challenge? What we want to do is we want to make things better. We want to say, okay, we've documented all these challenges. Now we want to release some of the pressure on the environment so that it might start getting a little bit better. But the challenge is how, in an artistic way, there's no answer just now, but I'd be interested in further discussions on this, how to communicate what we can talk about visions and pathways. The vision is a cleaner planet. The pathway is how do we do it? So how would you channel not just the status of something, but how do you channel visually, efficiently, so dear society, let's take action. And this is what we want to do. So I'm just quite inspired by this. So thank you for this conference.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually continuing this as we start to look for the way. So first of all, Martin, I think so. This all very neo-positivistic approach to the science, that the science is free of value, which was never ever true, is an element of this change of paradigm that I said, that we could ask the simple question: if we will not tell in a simple way, based in an ethic way on our best knowledge, what is good and what is bad, then the question is, who has the right to decide what is good or what is bad? In this way, we are giving this power to the decision maker, to the sphere of politicians, which is always playing among the different fields of interest, powers. So that's, I think, maybe the whole art now for the sciences, to turn our we can say very boring or difficult, or however we called it, result of research into this narration, which is so strongly demanded now. I'm not sure whether we are all able to do it. Maybe this is the time for the research institutions and the organization work to operationalize it through finding the special, I don't know, departments or people or whoever who would be in some way trained and prepared with the knowledge by us, but would be able to reach the society, as I said. The more direct we can reach the broadest audience, the the bigger power then the science will have in the good meaning. And I will be also a little skeptical about the only having the media as a channels, because the media are not value free and independent. We perfectly know. They always also depend on the sponsors, on the sources of income. And I think so, especially in the social sciences, we just simply know by the life experience that there are some articles prepared are not appearing, even if at first was interest, then they are finally are not appearing with the valuable answer that it's not good climate now for it. So that's why really the way to survive to us generally is really to look for the new communication channels, but yeah, the less, let's say, intermediate steps with reaching the audience, the better.
Thank you. I think many wise words have been said here, and I think you touched upon something, Andrew, there earlier when you said that we allow things happening in the seas that we would never allow happening on land. And the only exception being when somebody is trying to do something close to where I live, then this not in my backyard kicks in. And it's up where I live now, it's extremely evident when it comes to wind and solar power rather than something else. Everybody wants more electricity and everybody wants this and that, and nobody wants to pay for it. So rather a nuclear power plant somewhere 200 kilometers away than a wind power plant next to me, because it might say or something like that. That's the one thing I think we need to kind of raise awareness of, that the sea is not for free, that resources cost. One way that was done was putting economic value on certain charismatic species and so on, that if you kill an eel in Finland now you pay 3,000 euros or something. Yeah, sure, it doesn't cure anything. So I think that it's the holistic view that where we maybe do not even distinguish the marine environment from the terrestrial, we rather talk about the living sphere, the biosphere, where we have biodiversity. And if we include ourselves as one number among 10 million other species, and I referred earlier to paleoecologists, they actually have a very good vocabulary for that kind of reasoning, because if we show a graph here, then we show 1, 10, 100, but they show 100 million years or something. And so we need to be able to put things, including ourselves, in perspective, even if it hurts a little bit. And I think that when politicians start seeing that, we are just blips in an evolutionary process, then maybe they also start worrying about what are we doing with this blip. So I'm positive in the sense that communication is needed. I don't think there is one specific channel. We all master the channel that we happen to master. But we as scientists should not be afraid to look them in the eye and say, listen, this is where you're wrong. And sometimes a scientist just knows more, and then I mean, priests do it all the time, I believe, so I know. Why can't we? Knowledge would be, in that case, not a god, but would be, and I think we need to be careful about saying that this is the truth. I think you have mentioned it at some point, that what's true today is maybe not true tomorrow, that knowledge advances. And this is also something we need to tell them, that knowledge is a process.
To take care that if we are a blip just in the history, And it can be also wild card for someone to say, okay, then they can damage everything,
We need
take everything out.
You don't say everything everywhere. I think that's true.
We just have to be careful also in our communication. Of course. And once again, I think it starts in the family, then at school, and so on. Then we do not need the media, as you say, but that's also one part we have to take more into account, to be more connected to our kids, so to say. Yeah. If nothing else, yeah, you want to make an addition, right. And let's say this is the last addition, and then we give the floor to Jan Martin.
Most people here talk about the negatives of social media, and older people aren't as good at using social media as other people. But do you, as instructors, professors, teachers, talk to your up and coming scientists or even students and suggest that they should be on social media talking about this stuff? I don't know whether this is being done or not, but it would be one way to counteract all the negative or incorrect information that's coming over.
Completely correct. That's the reason why we have just appointed also again one to do some design and to make a better, say, public relation, in fact, nature relation, better, to bring it more to the foreground. Yeah, that's what we take action on also, and we stimulate it. So you have to embrace it partly, but you have to be careful how you embrace it. So just take it also into account. Jan, okay, Martin.
Yes.
By the way, I would like to thank you all for the inspiring discussions. I like to thank you.
But mine,
you got your things.
And so I believe that we came to the point that we may have some relaxation, and then we may continue talks at the exhibition and at the dinner. So we may start, if you would like to have a little stopover here to take some more coffee or cookies, and then we will move to the art. They are waiting for us. And if you have your badges, you're getting through the gate without any tickets and nothing like this.
5 minutes to drop things.
Yes, of course.
I thought we should be there.
Well, if we may agree that we are at 5 at the entrance to the gallery, which is like 15 minutes walk, that would be okay. And then from the gallery, we have another 5 minutes towards here along the park to the dinner place, which is Bulai.
So should we say that we leave from here 4:45 from the gate?
Say
10 minutes.
10 minutes to 5. 10 minutes to 5 from the lobby, or yeah.
Okay, we need a few minutes.
Yeah, to repack and etc. Thanks a lot. It was an enjoyable day. Thanks.